Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season Number 2 Touge Battlegrounds is proudly presented to you by HIP Motorsports. It's how I play. Check them out on both Facebook and Instagram at facebook.com/hipmotorsports. HIP uniquely connects sim racing and real-life motorsports using full motion simulators, esports, driver training, mobile events, and more. HIP, it's how I play. OTA E-Racing Season Number 2 Touge Battlegrounds is proudly hosted by DriverMod.ca. With plenty of articles regarding builds, car tech, and chronicles of his motorsports hobby, main author and time attacker Philip Oliveira will take you on a fun ride. Newly added this month is articles on the 2020 Ontario Time Attack season, as well as breaking certain stuff. Follow him on DriverMod.ca. Welcome to the grand finale of Ontario Time Attack's E-Racing Season Number 2 Touge Battlegrounds. Special mention to 7th seed's Jerry Chin, who went on an insane near 40-minute battle with 10th seed Imani Makalalad, with both drivers refusing to go down without a tiebreaker. Jerry would eventually come out on top and then went up against 2nd seed Eric De La Riva. To everyone's shock, he wound up sweeping Eric to move up against 3rd seed Alex Lamb. Sadly, Jerry's hot streak came to an end and Alex bested him with another clean sweep. After nearly going undefeated in the round robin and most of the playoffs, Ujwal Verma was seemingly unstoppable, but 3rd seed Alex Lamb found a crack in the armor and managed to edge Ujwal to 3 rounds. However, Ujwal, being the former real-life Ontario Time Attack champion, stuck to his guns and took the best out of 3 rounds and moves on to the grand finale that happens tonight. So, with that said, let's take a quick look and see what our drivers are doing right now. Welcome aboard, folks. I'm your host, Kevin Wong, and we're just going to hop in with our drivers right now and see what they're up to. For those of you new to joining us, welcome aboard. This is Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season Number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. It's currently 6:57 p.m. Eastern. Our driver's just warming up and getting ready for what will be the grand finale of our 2nd season of Ontario Time Attack's E-Racing Season. Again, Ontario Time Attack is a real-life racing league where we do time attack on various tracks across North America, across Ontario, namely Shannonville, Toronto Motorsports Park, and both tracks at the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, both the driver development track as well as the Grand Prix track. Check us out at timeattack.ca. So, just checking in with race control. All the drivers are currently on the Skunsai Sports Center track, just getting a hang of things before the event officially kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern. So, drivers are just going to be playing around as Ethan has trouble with that Evo. But as you can see, there's a lot of good drivers, and from our recap in the ladder battle last night, a lot of great fights going down. So I expect a great finish today. Ujwal Verma, as I mentioned, came out on top of last night's fight, so he gets a bye right to the grand finale as the upper bracket seed winner. So seems like there is a car of choice in that most of the top seeds have taken the BMW M3 E30. So we'll see if this winds up being a battle of the driver skill as opposed to the car coming to any sort of equation here. So as we get closer and closer, we are going to kick off in just under 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes. Again, welcome aboard, folks. My name's Kevin Wong. I'm the commentator for tonight. Feel free to join us on the live chat, as well as or even hop in chat with us, and we'll go from there. On board here with Lee Larson in his BMW M3 E30. We are now less than 1 minute away from starting. I have indicated to the race control that we are good to go. So we'll be kicking off very soon between Val and Lee Larson, who we are currently on board with. As you remember from last night's stream, Val had some funny shenanigans, or tactics you could say, of essentially providing us some beautiful drifts on all the hairpins and effectively blocking his competition from doing any sort of passing and kind of putting the opponent really not in control, because Val's M3 is very big. Not this M3, it's a newer M3. very big and long, thus blocking most of the track and preventing any sort of pass. Yet he's got the power to really put it down as, going through this final last section. So competitors will have to find a way to either hang back, and I'll accelerate him in the final bit before the finish line right there. All right, so it's officially 7 o'clock. Lee has officially gone back to the start-finish line, and we should be seeing him go up against Val Di Pietro. Yep, he's just pitted. All right, our race director is currently setting things up. And we're about to get started, folks. Oh, looks like we're slight change of schedule. Val could not make it in time, so we're going up against Laszlo Toth and Thomas Langille. And they're off. We're just crossing the start at about 15 meters of gap. And here we are behind the wheel of Thomas's S2000. Going through a bit of a fast section here before going through a slight kink where drivers will have to reduce speed just a tad bit. And then going into a rather unorthodox, what I would call a double apex left-hander. And Laszlo takes a wide entry going in and treating this as a single apex, I think. Oh no, I think he may have blown his apex. Nope, he pitched it in just the last minute. Whereas Thomas went on a fairly tight hand effect. So chasing down Laszlo, still maintaining a close enough striking distance. Thomas unfortunately had a rough night last night and crashed out most of his playoff matches last night. So we'll see what he can do tonight. Okay, Laszlo really putting the hammer down, going through what is a fairly fast section before a slight left and right kink, and then going through the fastest section of the course where drivers will likely see speeds close to 160, 170 kilometers per hour here. Going through the bridge. Woo, catching some nice air there. Going back on board here with Thomas, and he's managing to hold on to Laszlo, not letting Laszlo walk away from him. And they're about to enter a technical section here. A lot of kinks, a lot of opportunity for this S2000 to lose the back end as well. So we'll see what Thomas winds up doing. Entering the first left-hander before the last trio of hairpins. Going through a first hairpin. Thomas stays tight. Oh, may have gone a little too tight there. And Laszlo is still just within reach. It's the second hairpin. Trying to get set up for that last hairpin, which is super critical to put down the power to really come out of that section flying, because that is really last straightaway, well, it's mini straightaway before the final. Oh, Thomas having a little bit of trouble putting down the power, getting a little sideways, and Laszlo's slightly walking away from him. This right kink is a little tricky. Here we go. And Thomas is putting the power down. I believe Laszlo might have him an acceleration there. And starts walking away, and it's over for Thomas with a final gap of 35 meters. So Laszlo takes that first one. Well done, Laszlo. All right, our driver's just circling around the track, coming right back to the start-stop. Remember, there in this match there are 2 rounds. This is still the first battle out of the first round out of the match. So Laszlo has drawn first blood. Thomas will now take the lead position, and his role is, for those of you new to Touge, his role is to gap the guy behind him, in this case Laszlo. So Laszlo will attempt to chase him, and Thomas will have to put the gap down behind him, and Laszlo is trying to shrink that gap, or even pass him. Alright, we're passing the start line at 27 meters. Let's hop in with Laszlo and see what he's doing. Alright, Thomas catching a little bit of the dirt on the exit. Doesn't seem to have impacted his speed much. Going to a little bit of a slight left kink before getting set up for that double apex left-hander. Going into it. let's see how Thomas takes it with the in front. Taking it tight again. Oh no, he washed out a little bit, pulling back in again. So it looks like he's taking, maybe that was on purpose, taking a double apex approach. But he has not been able to gap Laszlo, who has right up on him. Going through a slight left-hander before going into a first hairpin. Ooh, Thomas may have gone in a little too tight. Might affect his exit. Nope. Not really. And Laszlo's managing to hold on. Very similar to what Thomas did last time around as well. Slight bit of break there for Thomas. Oh no, he officially hits the rail, but Laszlo follows him right there. So both drivers commit the same mistake. Might be a little bit of a monkey see, monkey do issue there. But Thomas takes off on this longest section, and Laszlo may have caught a little bit of dirt there, unsettling the car. As we go under the bridge. Oh no! Laszlo! Oh, Laszlo may have just crashed out. Yeah, he did. So Thomas is putting the gap down. It's not over yet, remember, folks. Laszlo looks like he's staying on track, but I think he may. Yeah, I think Laszlo's kind of thrown in the towel at this point. He's still on track though, so it looks like he's just toughing it out and finishing the race. Thomas has a massive lead now at over 300 meters, going into the last hairpin. Let's see how he takes this one. Staying tight, he's trying to keep it clean. Yeah, he keeps it very clean. Going through what is a deceptive right-hand kink there. It's designed to slow you down. Has a little bit of runoff on the left there. And Thomas makes it through very, very clean. Keeps it simple. With over 400 meters of gap, he is definitely winning this one. So, in this match, in round 2, Thomas takes it. So now we have a 1-1 draw in this first battle there. So what that means is, since each driver has one win apiece, we will move on to a time attack tiebreaker. So the drivers will be led out onto the track one at a time and see who does the best lap effectively. So let's see what our race director tells our drivers to do and who goes out first. Looks like Laszlo is going out first. So let's just swap into, there we go, with Laszlo as he goes off in his time attack round. Now there's truly no excuses, as you got no pressure behind you and you just have to put on your best driving lap. So we'll turn on the lap timer here. Just hold on a second, folks, as we watch Laszlo put down his lap with that bit of a kink. As we approach that tricky left-hander, that's how see how he takes it. He goes in out on the outside, cuts in, and takes it a double apex, really. Very cleanly. Going through that right-hander and into the left kink before the first hairpin. Takes a nice wide entry, goes in tight, comes out wide. Nice, classic out in out. And starts ripping it through this mini straight here before a slight left kink. And then the slight right before entering the fastest section of the track. There is no real, there is really no straightaway on this track there. Every bit of the track is slightly turning. So while this is the fastest section of the track, drivers still have to be very, very careful at the edges there. You can see it's still pretty narrow, and there's a drop off on one side and a wall on the other. So crashing here was a common feature last night, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happened more tonight with more pressure. Oh, catching a little bit more dirt. Oh, Laszlo. Oh no, looks like Laszlo has crashed out. So let's hop in with Thomas. I think Laszlo might be staying off track to avoid interfering with Thomas's run, which is a good show of sportsmanship from Laszlo. Yeah, it looks like Laszlo teleported back to the pit, so I believe he has just conceded the run to Thomas. So Thomas has the option of either finishing the run or going back to the pits himself. So looks like Thomas is taking it easy, and yeah, he's just gonna probably finish his run. So what that means is, again, just to do a little bit of homework in advance, Thomas will have taken 2 out of the 3 rounds, winning this first battle out of 2. So we shall see what in run 2 what the 2 drivers can do. Clean exit again. Thomas doesn't have to really do anything here. He just has to finish the course, cross the finish line, and then he'll have taken this run. Here he comes over the crest towards the goal line, and he is the winner of this run officially. 2-1 against Laszlo. So he's opting to continue going around the track to keep his tires hot, and he'll come back around. Oh no, looks like he might just be going straight back to the pits. Yes, he is. Fresh set of tires, and there we go. There's Laszlo in front of him. And I believe Laszlo will be taking the lead again for run number 2. The start of run number 2, I should say. Again, there's 2 runs in total. Each run has 2 rounds. It's actually best out of 3 rounds, really. So someone has to win two rounds in order to move on to the next run. This is the last run of this group. Oh, looks like, interestingly enough, it was a slow start with about 24-meter gap between the 2 drivers. And Thomas is going to chase him down a little bit. Bit of a odd slow start there. Not sure if that was on purpose or just simply some miscommunication on the start line there. But our race director has not given us any indication that it was a false start, so maybe a bit of mind games between 2 drivers going on here. We did see start strategies employed by several drivers yesterday, so going to the left-hander, Laszlo goes in, goes a little wide in the middle there. So didn't quite double apex that, so might have been just gone in a little too hot. Thomas is right behind him, and that gap is not really increasing by much. So going through that first hairpin, Thomas got to watch out for this back end stepping out. That S2000 does have some aero, but at such low speeds it is ineffective. Going through that slight left kink and then the right kink before going through the faster section of the... Oh boy! Oh no, Thomas! Oh boy, what a crash. Thomas is still... Oh no, Thomas's wheels look a little bit messed up there. I think the car might be damaged there. Yeah, I believe Thomas is done, so Thomas crashes out on the first one, and he teleports back to the pit. So that means Laszlo just has to finish this round, round, and he gets the win. Bit of a rubber match going on between these 2 drivers, really boiling down to driver error. Laszlo crashed out, and now Thomas crashed out. So it's unforgiving, folks. Just because someone's ahead of you or behind you doesn't mean the final is set. So yesterday we saw multiple battles, in fact, going down between upper bracket winner Ujwal and Alex. It could literally boil down to the last turn. So never give up, folks. Never give up. For those of you just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Series for season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. I'm your host, Kevin Wong. We are just watching the first match of the night, and the grand champion will be announced tonight at the very end. So it'll be Ujwal versus whoever comes out of this bottom bracket. So looks like Laszlo's opting to keep his tires hot, going around the loop at the back of the track to meet up with Thomas for round 2 of this matchup. Alright, here we go. So Thomas should be leading Laszlo. And there he is. Laszlo's got to slow down a little bit. Yep. Now both drivers set their pace. They're about to cross the start line at about 20-meter gap. So here we go. Thomas is starting to take off a little bit using that initiative he's got in front. But Laszlo is just holding on. Going to that left kink. Let's see what Thomas does. He seems to go... Yeah, he's staying tight. His normal approach. Keeping it clean, I think, trying to redeem himself from the mistake he had earlier. And comes out with a slight bit of a drift there. Still looking good so far, and has managed to gap Laszlo just a little bit. Yep, that gap's starting to increase a lot now. So yep, Thomas is really making hay while the sun shines, using this fast section of the track to build a 180-meter lead so far. But let's see if that comes back to bite him, because again, just a small mistake can easily put you into the wall and then pretty much let your opposition catch up. So Laszlo can't give up at this point. Nice bit of dirt there on the edge. Ooh, that looks nice. These custom shader packs with Assetto Corsa really make this fairly old game very, very modern by today's standards. Ooh, a little bit of sideways action there from Thomas. Going through the second hairpin, keeping it clean, stays nice and tight, comes out. Possibly a little bit sideways, but still pretty good. Final hairpin. Let's see how he does. Again, Thomas has to just keep it clean. He built himself a good lead, and he keeps it clean, going through a bit of a straight section before deceiving a right-hander. He makes no use of that runoff there on the left, and keeps it very, very clean, and easily cruises on to take round 2. So, we boil it down back to another sudden death, I guess, time attack battle between these two drivers. So let's see who puts the best lap between these two to finally declare the winner of this first matchup. For those of you just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Series, Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. I'm your host, Kevin Wong. Alright, we're just joining essentially the sudden death battle between Thomas and Laszlo Toth. As they've come down to one final time attack battle between these two drivers. So Thomas is being led out by himself to essentially see what his best lap that he can do is. Last time around in the time attack, Thomas crashed out, so he gave Laszlo the win. So let's see what these drivers can do. Laszlo should be pretty much getting ready to leave the pits right now. Yeah, and he just crossed the start line. Now we have both drivers in play on the track for their time attack battle. For those of you new to this type of format, essentially currently the drivers are in the time attack battle, but what we're running is essentially the Touge Battlegrounds, which is two drivers, which actually originates in Japan. Two drivers sent out into the track, and with one in front and one behind, the person in front is trying to gap the guy behind, and the person behind is trying to catch or even pass the person in front. So, but unfortunately, this has been a rubber match between Thomas and Laszlo, so we've had to boil it down to a sudden death time attack battle between these two drivers. So Thomas is trying to keep it clean. Ooh, catches a little bit of air going to that. Ooh, getting very sideways coming out, but going to that first hairpin, keeping it fairly clean. Oh no, the exit was a little bit compromised there with a lot of sideways action. but he's going to the second hairpin now. Very nice and clean. Now that crucial final hairpin, and we'll see what he can do. Keeps it very, very clean. Very good exit, in fact. S2000 usually has a hard time coming out of that corner because the tail gets a little bit happy there. Oh, using a little bit of that runoff on the left there and that kink, and we'll see what his lap time winds up to be. There we have it, folks. 2:27.784. 2:27.784. So let's see what Laszlo will wind up doing. He's going to have to do a lot better than 2:28.610 if that's his best tonight. So we'll see what happens. He's going through that second hairpin. Racing down into that final hairpin. Let's see what he can do. Ooh, may have gone in just a little wide, but good exit. Good exit, going to that deceiving right-hander. Ooh, very clean, very clean. And a 2:30, unfortunately, is not able to beat Thomas there. So this is gonna be interesting, folks. First match of the night, and we've already got a dead heat between these two drivers. Remember, Laszlo took the first run, and now Thomas takes the second one. So our race director will have to figure out what's going on here. There might be a run 3 in order to really duke it out here and see who wins. While that's being set up, let me introduce myself. My name is Kevin Wong. I'm your commentator for tonight. Thank you for joining us. This is Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. The platform we're using is Seto Corsa, and with some mods, obviously, custom shader packs as well as some cars. The drivers are allowed to pick whatever car they want. I believe there's a selection of 6 cars. All of them were sort of balanced between either power weight ratio and also some ballasts. But effectively, they're all run down to be roughly within the same time attack capability on this track. So realistically, it boils down to driver mentality, a little bit of games there between the two drivers to see who's better at handling the pressure. Looks like we're actually setting up for that. So I believe the race director has called the win for someone there. We're now, it's Brendan Smith versus Ethan Elkanis. We're on board here with Brendan. Looks like Thomas actually declared the winner of that match. So Thomas gets knocked out. I'm sorry, Laszlo gets knocked out, and Thomas moves on to the next match in the ladder. We're now watching Ethan take the lead on Brendan Smith and see if he can gap Brendan as they go through that first bit of straight before the hairpin. The hairpin, the left double apex left turn. Ethan goes, pushes out a little bit wide. Ethan last night had a hard time putting the power down that Evo. And that Evo either tends to understeer or suddenly oversteer, as we saw there on the exit. Very odd for an all-wheel drive car to be constantly four-wheel sliding like that. Ethan puts on quite the smoke show there. That was quite interesting. Let's take a quick look at that recap. So nothing's changed since we left them. Our drivers are still in the relatively same position, same gap. Ethan's still managing to hold on and not have any issues there with his Evo. But as you can see, the Evo is a bit of a handful going in and out of a turn. Ooh, both drivers commit the same mistake going to the turn. Oh no, it looks like Brendan may have taken the worst of that. But he's still committed to the race. That tends to happen when you're following someone and you do exactly what they do, and in fact, they go crashing off the course, which is what Ethan did. Brendan almost followed suit, but had the worst of it coming out of it. Maybe that all-wheel drive did come into play. On board here with Ethan Alcanis as he goes into that final hairpin. He's really put the gap on Brendan. Oh, but he has a hard time. Pops the curb there. Has a hard time putting the power down. Goes into that right-hander. And looks like he will have gapped Brendan. So, costly mistake that cost Brendan more than Ethan. But Ethan takes the first match between these two drivers. So now Brendan will take the lead and Ethan will follow. Thanks for joining us, folks. Welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. Ethan is deciding whether to turn on his headlights or not, looks like, or keep his headlights on. But gorgeous sunset here on the Gunma Sports Center. It's a circular track, and two drivers sent out back-to-back, with the front driver trying to essentially gap the guy behind him, and the rear driver trying to catch or pass the person in front. So this time around, Brendan takes the lead, and Ethan Alcanis follows. Here we go, folks. Brendan's going to cross the start line with about 21 meters of gap, and now that's the number we will hold for Ethan to try to shrink or even pass to get the win against Brendan on this round. Of course, there are natural advantages to the person being in front as you get to see the track unfold before you. Oh no, Ethan's having trouble keeping that Evo on track, but Brendan didn't really take advantage of that much. Going into that tight left-hander, Ethan opts to take a... Oh no, Ethan takes too tight of a corner and hops the dirt, but Brendan hasn't really walked away yet, so not that costly of a mistake. You see, there's an odd bit of understeer on that Evo, and then it suddenly goes from understeer to oversteer, which is not sure if that's a balance issue or settings issue with the car, or just simply how the driver's handling it. Putting on some very, very nice drift moves there, but unfortunately Brendan's starting to walk away from it at this point. Still not over yet, folks. Remember, one crash, one tiny mistake, and Ethan could easily catch Brendan. Last time around, we saw Brendan follow Ethan to make a mistake, and Brendan took the worst of it. So maybe Brendan can make a mistake of his own, but Ethan, since he's far enough from Ethan, he might not be able to see the mistake and follow suit. Right about here was what happened. So nope, no mistake this time from either driver. Going into that first hairpin. Going the second hairpin, no incidents so far. Keeping it fairly clean. Let's see if we can put the power down earlier. Oh, Ethan gets sideways. And Brendan does not, so Brendan's used that to put up some gap. Oh boy, that Evo really has a hard time staying planted. And looks like Brendan's slowly walking away from Ethan, ever so slightly. Yep, 40 meters. So Brendan narrowly takes that win. And now we've got ourselves a 1-1 tie going into a sudden death time attack battle. So at that point, no one to blame except for yourself. You just go out the track on your own, put the fastest lap down you can. So I'm going to turn on that lap timer again, and we'll see what the drivers can do. Welcome aboard, folks. So I see some people there on the stream. Thank you for joining us. It's been an interesting night last night. It went on we had some crazy battles between Imani and Jerry, and then Ujwal and Alex. And I see that Sam is asking they want to see a big S2K sweep. Unfortunately, the S2000 hasn't actually been that successful The meta car appears to be the BMW M3 E30, driven by both by Ujwal and Alex last night. So that seems to be the car of choice. Although the S2000 does look really nice, especially the yellow one with the black decal. So looks like Ethan is lining up for his time attack run. He's gonna wait for the race director to give him a go, and should be going up soon. Looks like one of our Imani Makala has posted on the chat saying, "Fun fact: Gunma Cycle Sports Center was originally a bicycle course." Wow, that'd be, yeah, I could see that how that would work, because it's got some crazy elevation changes for a bicycle, especially, and the turns are tight enough where on a bicycle it'd be fun, but makes for a fairly deadly driving course if you're driving these fast cars. So there goes Ethan on his time attack run, and so far tonight his best has been 229.454. Goes into that tight left-hander, a little bit of understeer there, and then the oversteer kicking in. Not sure again if that's the car balance setting issue or that active all-wheel drive system just simply not switching it back and forth as rapidly as one would like. Woo! Putting on a smoke show. Yep, just narrowly missed that smoke show, folks. That Evo really doesn't behave like your typical all-wheel drive car. At least what I think of Evo behaves typically like. I know Evos tend to be more oversteery than, say, for example, an STI, but you see there's a decent amount of understeer there. Not sure what's the approach there by Ethan, or again, like I said, it could be a car settings issue. Here we go as he enters the technical sector before the trio of hairpins that closes out the course. Going to that left-hander. And Sam saying he's doing great considering how terrible that Evo felt. Yeah, I believe he's the only Evo driver. So he's sticking to his guns. He loves the Evo, and he's using it. So power to him for trying to wrestle with this beast and trying to make it work. And last hairpin. And puts on a smoke show coming out of it. Crests into the right-hander. This is critical. He has a very clean exit coming out of it, so let's see what his lap time will be. He crosses the finish line and puts down a 229.821. So let's hop on board here with Brendan Smith. As he crosses the first hairpin, keeps the S2000 fairly well planted. Goes into the second hairpin, takes the tight approach, and pushes out towards the end to get a bit of a slingshot effect. Goes into the final hairpin. Let's see how he does. Very clean exit. Not much happening on the back end there, which is great. Being able to put all that power down. Goes to that slight right kink, uses a bit of runoff, and puts the power down very nicely. Let's see what he does. And he crosses that 229.575. So he officially takes that time attack battle because Ethan put in a 229.821. So he's quicker. So Brendan takes that first round. So now going into second round, the drivers will get to duke it out all over again. For those just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2. I'm your host, Kevin Wong. Looks like Brendan's opting to teleport back to the pits for a fresh set of tires and getting ready for run number 2 for round 1 of round number 2. There goes Ethan getting ready. And Brendan will hop on board. I believe he might be following Ethan. Yes, he is. Right. And the race director is just specifically giving some instructions. And here we go. Clutch dump to warm up those tires. And both drivers are off for run number 2, round 1. Bit of a strategy here. Brendan's trying to keep his distance a little bit. They cross it at about 17 meters. Ooh, Ethan hops that curb just ever so slightly. And Brendan seems to have caught him a little bit, is backing off a little bit. Again, staying glued onto your opponent's butt can work for and against you. You might be able to pressure him, but at the same time, you might do exactly what he does and leave no room for error on your own. So, ooh, very good exit by Ethan at that point. Not as sideways as before, but he can clearly see he's going through some under and then oversteer right there on exit. And Brendan is using all that to stay right up on his butt. Woohoo! Nice little drift there by Ethan. Looks great, but it's actually kind of helping out because Brendan can't find a gap to pass him either. Ooh, Ethan might be... Ooh, came close to riding that rail there, but managed to hold on that car. And Brendan is being careful not to follow Ethan into making the same mistake either. Oh, but Ethan is really having a hard time keeping that car straight, so Brendan's managed to catch him through this fast sector off the track. They're approaching the technical section right here as they pass the bridge. So, oh, Ethan catches a lot of air, but puts down a little bit of a gap there as they enter the left-hander before the final hairpin. Coming out, Ethan swings the car around. Going through a second hairpin. It's a tight battle, folks. It might just boil down to that final acceleration spurt after the right kink. Ethan, ooh, looks like he did try to do a Scandinavian flick and starts putting the gap down between him and Brendan. Both drivers go to the right kink with no incident, but Ethan really puts the power down at this point and easily takes the match. Oh, sorry, the first round of the run. All right, so that's 1-0 for Ethan in this run. This might be a prelude to what we're expecting, as the drivers are really tightly grouped at this point. So it might keep boiling down to someone takes the first, and the lead takes the first, and then the next lead takes the next run. Okay, both drivers are honking each other to signal they're good to go. And here we go. On board, we'll hop in with Ethan as he chases down that beautiful yellow S1000 against this gorgeous sunset drop. Alright, Brendan crosses about 23 meters. Here we go. Brendan's using that little bit of a straight to really put the power down as they enter the tight left-hander. Let's see how Brendan does this. Goes wide. Oh no, Brendan's made a mistake. He may have ridden the rails, but Ethan's right back on him. So again, still too early to call it, folks. But Brendan went in possibly too hot. Some folks in the chat are saying is that the S2000 is very, very difficult. Oh, Ethan has a hard time putting the power down on that corner. But some folks in the chat are saying that the S2000 has a very, very hard time putting the power down on that last hairpin to really pull or catch anyone in front. So That's quite the valid point. Oh, Brendan's made another mistake riding the rails, and Ethan's right back on him and may have nudged him a little bit even. But it didn't cause an incident, so likely that's not going to incur any penalties. But other folks are saying the S2000 has the advantage on the Evo on braking. Going into the technical section before the hairpins, Ethan's wrestling that car. Holy cow! Is he having a fun or hard time keeping that car under control? Going the left-hander into the first hairpin. Let's see if what the chat is saying is true about the S2000 having a hard time gapping or losing someone. Oh no, Brendan's made a mistake. He possibly rode the wall on that second hairpin exit. Looks like Ethan's really putting the pressure on Brendan, and he's starting to crack a little bit. Okay, here we go. And looks like both drivers had a little bit of an oversteer issue, so they're still tight on each other and going that right kink. And the S2000 is starting to pull away. No, wait, maybe not. Oh, there's a tight one to call. It's photo finish. 16 meters, I believe. I'll really have to check with the race control. That's a tight one to call. I believe Ethan has officially caught Brendan. The start gap was 23 meters and it finished at 16. So Ethan takes and sweeps that run. I'm just gonna confirm that with race control, because remember, this is a tight finish, folks. I believe they started off with 23 meters and finished with just about 16 to 17. So in my books, Ethan should have taken it, but I'll confirm that with race control. So for those just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Series, Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. I believe that's a catch. It's officially a catch by Ethan against Brendan. So they're going back for a second battle with Ethan leading Brendan. Ooh, Ethan's catching a little bit of too much of the apex there. Possibly expecting the car to oversteer, but it didn't. And Brendan's right back up on him. You can see that Evo is struggling really to maintain that rear end grip. And the S2000 really going deep into the braking zones. Oh! There's a bit of a collision there between both drivers. But that is... we'll have to take a look at that again with the race control, whether that is a Brendan tried to take the inside and clipped Ethan on the front quarter panel, so race control will have to confirm who gets penalized on that one. That's going to be a restart according to race control due to the racing incident. So they are close enough to the start where they can quickly do that. So the race director, Joe Lee, has decided to call a restart, and here we go. But that was a close one. Had Brendan snuck through the little gap at the apex, that would have been a wonderful pass. But here we are. No harm done. We're going to redo that again. So here we go. Ethan is about to cross the start line at about 18 meters. There we go. Oh boy, Brendan follows Ethan right off the track there. Both drivers enter that tight left-hander. Oh, Ethan's really hopping that curve there and allows Brendan to catch right back up on him. Tell Ethan's really struggling to keep that car on track. Oh, there we go. That same apex, and now Ethan keeps it tight. Closes the door on Brendan. Really goes into a Scandinavian flick there on that turn by Ethan, and looks fantastic. But Brendan's starting to catch him. Ooh, going through that crest there, a little bit airborne. As they roar through the technical section, you can see the Evo is far less composed than the rear-wheel drive S2000, which is not something I thought I'd be saying. Going through our first hairpin, very composed there by Brendan, and Ethan's a little wiggly, but nothing too major. Going that second last hairpin, Ethan, you can hear him throttling that pedal, and has a good exit. Oh, I think Brendan may have just money shifted a little bit. Ethan goes in with a Scandinavian flick, and starting to gap Brendan. Yeah, looks like Brendan's not recovering from this one, as Ethan continues to pull away and officially passes the finish line with over 110 meters. So Ethan takes that one. So I believe that means Ethan. As the drivers turn around and head back to the start line. All right, they both signal to each other to swap the leads, and now Brendan is in front. Cross the line at about 20 meters, and here we go. Brendan's making as much of a gap as he can, but he may have gone in a little hot. Nope, looks good. He did a classic double apex, and Ethan's having a hard time putting that power down on the exit. Ooh, Ethan keeps. Let's see what he does on this. Yep, puts on the smoke show on that corner. Looks fantastic for the cameras, folks. But not so much for the distance, unfortunately, as Brendan puts the gap down on him. Brendan still, oh boy, Ethan's really going sideways, but catches the car. Fantastic bit of car control there by Ethan. But unfortunately, all that time catching the car cost him a considerable margin on the gap. So he's going to have to clean that up a little bit to make sure Brendan doesn't keep piling up on him. He's still within striking distance, technically. Yeah, Brendan is. Ethan on Brendan, rather. So a mistake by Brendan will still prove to be very fatal here. Going into the first hairpin. Going into the second hairpin, Brendan looks like he's taking a very tight line. Ethan may have washed out a little bit too much there. Oh yeah, that S2000 does look better on braking on entry than the Evo. Final hairpin. Ooh, good exit by Ethan. He had a good pull away, so let's see if he can catch Brendan on this section right here. Oh, I think no, Brendan's still slowly pulling away. So I believe Brendan takes that one just as he almost wipes out the end. Oh boy, what a... So let's see what our race director will have to say about that. I'm pretty sure Brendan took that one. Okay, the drivers are just going to get quickly get reset, and we're going to move on to Brendan's just going to get set up here. We hop in on board. There you go for a time attack battle. Since it was 1-1, so Brendan's doing his time attack. I'll put up the lap timer so that everyone can catch what his best. It's going right down to the wire, folks. So pretty much this time attack battle will determine who moves on to next match. OTAE Racing would like to thank all our sponsors for making this event, this season happen. HIP Motorsports has been kind enough to donate essentially 2 hours of sim time at their brand new facility to the winner of this tonight's championship battle. And NV Auto has donated an evening lapping pass to Toronto Motorsports Park for the for the champion winner, as well as the runner-up as well. So there are real prizes here at stake, folks. So while the bragging rights are nice and all, ooh, Brendan goes a little sideways on exit there. While the bragging rights are nice and all, there are prizes to be had, especially if you want to go driving in real life or sim, really. HIP Motorsports, it's how I play. So officially, Ethan's already gone past the left-hander at the tight left-hander, so both cars are on track. We should be seeing a result very shortly as Brendan finishes the technical section before the hairpins. Ooh, catches a bit of dirt. Oh, goes in a little wide there on that left-hander. So not the cleanest lap by Brendan. That might open the door for Ethan to catch him. Clean second hairpin. Brendan realizes that he can't afford to make any more mistakes. Going to that last hairpin, see what happens. Clean driving so far by Brendan. Since his mistake, as he crests the hill, goes into that right-hander, uses a little bit of runoff, and puts the power down. And finishes the course with a 2:29.821, not his greatest showing, unfortunately. Let's see what Ethan can do. Puts on a smoke show. No, Ethan! Oh no! That smoke show may have just cost him, even though Brendan didn't have his greatest run. Oh no! That's just. We'll have to see. I don't know. We don't know what his current lap time is, so we'll see what Ethan pulls through. Remember, Brendan had a 2:29, so if Ethan can sneak in, nope. Unfortunately, that's a 2:38. So Brendan officially takes the match, folks. Oh, that boiled down literally to that last corner when Ethan made that mistake and just spun the car 90 degrees to the track. So we're going to move on now to the next battle between Val DiPietro and Lee Larsons. So let's hop on board with Val in that big chunky BMW M3 E92. It's big, it's powerful, it's heavy, and oddly enough, not really suited, not really the best choice for this car. But Val employed an interesting strategy last night where he effectively just goes sideways into the corners and prevents you from passing him, and then uses the last straightaway to really just put the hammer down and gap you. So we'll see if the drivers have figured out a way to overcome that and go from there. All right, looks like Val's getting ready, and yep, Val's just getting out of the pits. That's old and new BMW. Interestingly enough, the E30 versus E92. All right, here we are on board with Lee Larson. Both of them clutch dump to put some heat on the tires, and Val is in the lead. Lee's, I think, already figured out a bit of a game there against Val DiPietro, putting on a big gap at about 80 meters and not letting Val shrink that gap to start. So he wants to get a good run at Val to try to make sure Val purposely... What? Wait, hang on a second, folks. Looks like we have had an issue on the start. Race director has recalled him back to the pits. So we are redoing a restart, folks. I think the race director is not too happy with that, or thinks there was an issue there with that start. So we're doing a restart. Here we go. But I think the general plan for Lee was to try to put as much gap as possible between Val and himself, so that he gets a run at Val towards the very end. So the E30 is a very seems to be a very well balanced momentum car. And here goes Val putting on that smoke show for Lee as they cross the start line about 28 to 30 meters. Val promised he put on a smoke show, and he's not disappointing so far. Coming out of that corner, Val goes completely sideways. Unorthodox, but again, perfectly legal procedure because he's not preventing Lee from passing. You see the look of that Oppo lock, man. Oppo lock puts on a massive smoke show and really slows down Lee and prevents him from doing anything. Must be infuriating for Lee to watch what Val is doing, given they're really trying to race, but it is a legal strategy. And Val continues to put on that smoke show, and Lee is just has to patiently wait for his opportunity to really, and Val's just trying to keep it clean, puts on a smoke show, but is really preventing Lee from taking any sort of run at him. As Sam has mentioned in the chat on the YouTube channel, drifting gun sight is an actual line. Yes, that is correct. That's why I said this is totally a legal move. This is not a time attack. This is not a time attack battle. Remember, they're trying to just either pass or gap. So by preventing Lee from actually passing Val is doing the right thing. So they go in the first of the three hairpins, and Val is not as putting on as big of a smoke show because, again, the walls are so close, and Lee's right back up on him. Oh, Lee looks like he's made a mistake, riding the wall a little bit. And Val's still putting on a bit of a smoke show, going a little sideways on exit, and this is the final corner where Val will have to really put the hammer down to gap Lee. a little bit of a right-hander kink. Val keeps it clean, uses the runoff, and puts the hammer down. As you can see clearly, Lee is not going to be catching him. So Val uses that big car, big power to really gap Lee. So Val takes the first of the two. Oh, Val really crashes out though. What a spectacular finish. So, but Val still takes that win, and yep, Val's going to keep pulling away and away over and over again because he simply got that power to really put the hammer down towards the end, and the E90, the E30 is simply not going to catch him on essentially a drag launch, really. So, really, Lee's going to have to come up with a different strategy to really beat Val. Or really drag it out so that Val has to beat him on a time attack run. So, again, for those of you just joining us, welcome to Terror Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. I'm your host, Kevin Wong. Thanks for joining us and spending your wonderful Sunday night. Purposely, Lee slows down to 19 meters to really not allow Val much of a run at him. So, interesting strategy by both players. Yeah, Val can overtake Lee. It would be very impressive because that BMW is massive. That E92 is massive compared to E30. So, if Lee opens up a gap and Val thinks it's big enough, he might just easily pass him. So, very difficult, unlikely, but I would love to see that happen. Lee's keeping it clean so far. And starting to put the hammer down just a little bit before this first hairpin. You see all the tire marks that Val's leaving on the track. Ooh, Lee puts on a smoke show of his own. Getting a little bit sideways there. Sam in the chat says, I think Val's got it. Possibly, but still too early to call. One mistake by either driver can still lose it. Wow, we can see that big E90 crest and pretty much say what crest. Yeah, the chat's saying Val's got some certain driving to him that just makes him scary to watch. It is. He's a good driver both virtually and in real life. Having done, oh no, Lee! And officially, Val has passed Lee. Lee just went straight into the wall there. Not sure what happened there. I'm just going to do a quick replay. Oh shoot, folks, looks like I didn't quite catch the replay. Let me just check that out again. So I'm not sure what happened there. Lee may have just put too much pressure on himself and just went straight into the wall there. And Val is just going to keep putting on a smoke show. Lee's being a champ and trying to finish the race to see if he can capitalize on any of Val's mistake, but unfortunately, Val is just too far ahead of him, and Lee's just not going to be able to catch up to him. So Val sweeps this match and officially takes both the first when he led and when he followed. So he takes run number 1 with a clean sweep. Now for run number 2, let's hope Lee can put together a better fighting game and approach that one. Val is the real Chad, according to the chat. And DMGB Racing says show off. Yeah, that's probably. And Tarkov chat too. I've played with Val on Tarkov, and I'd say, I mean, depends on your definition of Chad. Does he wear expensive gear into the raid? Yes, he does. Does he get killed first, though? Yes, he does, too, usually. So, maybe. Yes, Dimitri, we just talked about Tarkov on a Touge battle. So, where are my shades to drop on my face and say deal with it? There we go. Lee Larson in round number 2, leading Val Di Pietro. And they're both trying to keep a tight gap, and purposely Lee brake checks him and puts a 13-meter gap in front of Val. What lap times are they running? I believe, again, it depends on the if they're doing. It depends on during the battle, or are you talking about during the time attack? And in the battles, everyone's doing close to around the 2:30 mark. But in time attack, people shave out typically, at least what we've seen so far, 2:27, 2:26s. So again, we're still moving through the ranks. So these are quote unquote the lower seeded drivers. So we still haven't seen some of the top seeds really come out to play just yet. Alright, so Val's keeping it fairly tight against Lee. Not really putting on that drift show because he's no longer leading, but he's able to keep up with Lee with that big E90, so E92 rather. So oh no, Lee! Oh boy! Lee just took for a massive spill though. Let's take a quick look at that replay. That was... So unfortunate for Lee, in the second round, he crashes out. So Val decides to continue to put on a smoke show for the rest of us. Lee has officially thrown in a towel on that one. He's teleported back to the pits. So Val's just going to finish his run. Yep, Val's realized he's conceded, so he goes back to the pits. So Val is up 1-0. Now Val is taking the lead with Lee Larson following him. Yeah, Renison Low says F in the chats. Yeah, F in the chats. That was quite the crash. Here we go. Val starts off with about a 33-meter gap and already puts on a smokescreen for a lead. For those of you new to Touge battles, remember, the point of this is not a time attack. It's not who drives the fastest lap. It's really who can gap the person behind them or catch up the person in front of them. So Val is completely employing a perfectly valid strategy in essentially just preventing his opposition, in this case Lee Larson, from overtaking him. So it's totally legit. Putting on quite the smoke screen there for Lee, and Lee can't really punt him aside either. So he's just got to be patient and wait for Val to make a mistake. So again, Val is not putting exactly the fastest lap time down, but he is accomplishing the objective of the course, which is to gap your opposition. And oh, Lee may have just followed him right almost into the railing there. So it's certainly showing in Lee's game where he's getting frustrated with Val's antics. But it is a legit move. Again, I want to remind everyone that it is a legit move. Jeez, the sauce is spilling. I assume you're referring to the tofu. The tofu is getting destroyed inside the car. Yeah, that's a reference to Initial D when Takumi is supposed to be delivering tofu in his mountain runs. I don't think Val's got any tofu in that car. Some beautiful drifting there, and Val's still holding up Lee. Lee's caught him a little bit again, even though... But let's see if Lee can can maintain that gap, or can hold and narrow that gap. So remember, they start off with a 33.3 meter gap, and we go through that final. Oh no, Lee! Oh no, Lee! That last hairpin crashes out. Welcome. Yeah, as you can see there, Lee just had a little bit of trouble putting the power down and just crashes out. So Val officially takes that round too. So unfortunate for Lee, but Val does a clean sweep and takes the second run as well. So nice try there, Lee, but Val simply got to him. So F in the chats, man. So our next battle will be, well, I believe it's going to be Eric versus the winner of the match 15, which will be Val. So it'll be Eric versus Val. So let's just hop in with Eric. Here we go. On board here with Eric De La Riva. He was the second seed out of the round robin action, but unfortunately got upset by Jerry Chin yesterday. What seemed to be an issue where Eric had got a bye into the past the first round action, but sat out for too long, and probably was a case of where he was too rusty compared to Jerry, who had finished a insane matchup with Imani Makalalad, which took almost 40 minutes. So Jerry had tons of lap time well before he met up with Eric. So hopefully things will work out slightly different, and it'll be interesting because Eric was one of the fastest guys in the round robin stage, and Val is clearly not employing that strategy to be fast, just to gap. So we'll see how Eric handles this one. As they cross the start line with about 12 meters, so pretty tight start, and Eric stays right up on Val's butt, not really caring for this action. This might actually work out in Eric's favor because remember, Eric has the least seat time out of everyone here in terms of actual competition time, because he had such a good round robin. So in taking the pace slower, he's actually able to learn a little bit more about it compared to everyone else. So there goes Val into that double apex left turn, and Eric is right up on him, as expected. And Eric actually has to throttle back to make sure he doesn't rear end Val. But he's staying right on him. Even though the gap was only 12 meters to start with, Eric's already shrunk that gap down to less than 10 consistently. Let's see what Val can do. Or is he just going to go all in? Alright, Val's starting to gap a little bit, putting that power down on this fast section of the course. And Eric is more than happy to give him chase. Okay, they're now entering the technical section after the fastest section, and Eric's already shaved that gap down considerably, and Val is now entering the first of the 3 hairpins and putting on a smoke show, and Eric is right up his bumper. He's not letting Val get away with anything. He is not letting Val get away with anything. Remember, the gap was 12.5 meters, so if Eric can stay on his bumper the entire time, he's got this. Yeah, and he is. He's staying in just 7 meters, which is, remember, that's 7 meters from the front of Eric's car to the front of Val's car. So essentially, he's right up on his bumper. And Eric is taking a good line out of that and exiting. We'll see what he can do here. Val is going to try to put the power down. Oh, this might be right down to the wire here. But I think Val's pulling away. Yep, Val's pulling away. and takes the first round. So Val's antics holds up, but we'll see what Eric can do when he leads. So unfortunately, again, Val's using the advantages of the car, which is big power, to really put on the gas at the last hairpin and take away from Eric. Just really pull away from Eric. So now Eric swaps the positions with Val and will take the lead position, and Val has to hold on for dear life. Here we go. Eric's taking a really hot lap going into it, so starting at just about 15 meters. And you can see Val's already like having a hard time catching up already. That E92 is big and heavy and clumsy, but it's got power. And Eric is just simply using that seat time he gained to really pull away. Use that E30 as much as possible as a momentum car and just pull away. Going to that left-hander, stays tight. Yeah, swings back out and stays tight again. Beautiful exit. Gets a little bit sideways there on that right-hander, but Val is having a hard time keeping up with him. Going to the first hairpin. You can see the tar marks that Val's put on back to back. Eric is really making hay while the sun shines and slamming on that advantage meter. Ooh, no! Eric hit the curb, and Val officially passes him. So Eric has to give chase. Oh, that is not good. That is not good. Unfortunately, he got a little too aggressive on that exit, and Val officially made the pass. So again, this is the reason why you never give up. Oh, Eric. Oh no, Eric's gone completely upside down. That might be it for Eric. Oh boy. It's, yeah, I don't think Eric's moving from his position, so he's not too pleased with himself. Yes, he's officially teleported back to the pits, so Val has officially swept that round. So there's still one more round between these two drivers. So Val officially sweeps through round one. Run one, and there's still a second run where Val and Eric will go head-to-head again. So okay, Val finishes his run and meets up with Eric to start run number 2. Here comes Eric. Starts off with about a 19-meter gap for run number 2. Going to that double apex left corner, and Eric stays tight, almost all the way through. Comes out of it fairly clean. And good exit, great exit by Eric. Keeps the car composed through that hairpin, and out with no issues. Keeps the car straight this time, going through this fast technical section. Goes under the bridge. Keeps the car beautifully composed. And this time doesn't ride the bank. We're looking good so far. Ooh, rides the bank a little bit there, but catches it. No harm done this time around. Oh no! Unfortunately, can't. Oh. Val looks like in order to avoid Eric had to go sideways a little bit more than he would like to have. But I think Eric had more trouble getting out of that pit than Val did. Looks like Eric is still trying to give chase, but isn't in the rear view of the E92, so... Nope, Eric is right back on him again. So, but I think the gap is just too big and Val's starting to put the hammer down. And yep, that gap is now way too big for Eric to catch. So Val officially takes the first round of this run, of run number 2. So that doesn't leave much room for Eric at this point. What will he do? For those just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack, E-Racing Season number 2, Touge Battles. Baba says, if this Ontario Time Attack thing is what I think it is, it's cool to see track day communities do AC stuff. Yes, Baba, the whole point of this is... Oh, hang on. So Val's going to cross the start line with about 9 meters of gap, and Eric is right up behind him. Eric is really just not giving any space for Val there. But anyways, back to the comments. Yes, Baba, this is an official Ontario Time Attack live stream. So we do try to keep our audience engaged throughout the winter to just have some fun while we try to go through this lockdown and COVID. And oh no, Eric! Eric crashes out again. Unfortunately, he is not having a good night. Unfortunately, folks, that is really unfortunate. Oh boy. So that is unfortunate. So, barring any major mistakes by Val, Eric, who's still trying to finish the race, Val again is maintaining his drift first stance. So he's not putting the greatest fastest lap down, but so Eric could still catch him, but. The question is, can Eric pass him? Alright, so limited amount of time left for Eric to do so as Val enters the final hairpin, or first of the final 3 hairpins, going completely sideways, looking gorgeous in that E92, and Eric is just 1 hairpin behind him, so running out of time for Eric. And looks like Val's going through that last hairpin, and yeah, I doubt that Eric's going to be able to catch him unless Val really makes a mistake here. And he's about to cross the finish line, and officially, yep, Val takes that one. So that is unfortunate, folks. Eric gets swept out of this playoff round. And Val moves on. So now we got, I believe, Imani going up against Mike Puchik. Well, get ready, folks. Imani yesterday had one of the longest battles there with Jerry Chin, so maybe we might see another incident happen here where we have another long Ironman run between him and Michael. So and Val continues to put on the smoke show even in the pits. And reverse entries into pits, actually. Interesting. So let's hop on with Mike Puchik. While we have a quick little break here, I'm just going to play a word from one of our sponsors. Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season Number 2 Touge Battlegrounds is proudly presented to you by HIP Motorsports. It's how I play. Check them out on both Facebook and Instagram at facebook.com/HIP Motorsports. HIP uniquely connects sim racing and real-life motorsports using full motion simulators, esports, driver training, mobile events, and more. HIP, it's how I play. Welcome back, folks. Just getting set up for the next match. I believe that should be Imani versus Mike Puchik. And here we go. Imani's getting ready in his S2000. And Mike Puchik to follow in a battle of the clones, the S2000s. Well, almost clones. Imani has the skin there, or the paint job. Beautiful paint job, by the way. And Mike Puchik is going to be taking the lead. And Mike is about to pass the start line with about 26 meters. So 26 meters is what Imani has to make up for. Given that they're both S2000s, there'll be no real advantages had by each driver in terms of the mechanical platform, so it literally boils down to skill versus skill. So let's see what happens. Mike catches a little bit of air there on the exit. And they both go through the left, that double apex left turn without issue, keeping it clean so far, but Mike has technically been sort of caught, but again, the race is still ongoing, so too early to call. Going through that hairpin, wonder if any of that rubber that Val put down is helping any of these drivers. Not sure if a set of Corsa models that, but it certainly looks cool. And Imani is just keeping up with Mike. Again, the goal for the falling car is to either close the gap or pass, but Imani's being very careful here with this high-speed section, making sure he doesn't make a mistake that will cost him the match. Whereas Mike is feeling the pressure and trying to lose Imani. So we'll see what happens. Ooh, Mike gets very unsettled going through that press there, and unfortunately goes off track, forcing Imani to take evasive maneuvers. Oh boy. Let's take a look at that. Avoid him, so. It's still technically not over yet because Mike is trying to catch up with Imani there in the back. So but looking unlikely as Imani enters the last hairpin. Comes out clean, so unless he makes a mistake, it's his to lose. Yep, Imani is putting on that distance, so he officially takes that first match, that first round out of that run. So now they're going to swap positions, and Imani goes on to take the lead against Mike Puchik. Both drivers are simply going around the track to keep their tires hot, and while they do that, I will play a word from one of our sponsors. Welcome back, folks. So we're just getting ready to start the second round of this first run between Imani and Mike Puchik, and Imani is going to take the lead position. And here we go, folks. Trying to keep the gap there, and we're about to hit the start line with just about 30 meters of lead for Imani to hold on to or increase. Mike Puchik is giving him chase. Both are driving similar S2000s, so the mechanical platform is a non-factor in terms of an advantage. Let's take a look and see what Mike Puchik is seeing on his end. Going to a tight left-hander. Imani is keeping it very, very clean so far. Comes out of it. Both drivers come out of it fairly unscathed. Imani kicks up a little bit of dirt, but nothing too terrible. As we go into the first hairpin, no incidences by either driver so far. And Mike is starting. Oh, may have gotten a little too hot in that right-hander there. Forced the brake, and Imani starts piling on the lead there. So Imani's managed to stretch that lead to over 150 meters. Oh, Mike gets a little bent out of shape going over that crest. A lot of subtle elevation changes here, where that can really mess you up if you're not prepared for it. Imani still has a over 100 meter lead going into the triple hairpins. On board here now with Imani. Let's see how he fares going to the second hairpin. Again, keeping a very clean and composed race. And he's got a very big gap there on Mike Puchik, unfortunately. Yep, it's highly unlikely, short of a massive mistake by Imani. This is most likely going to end with him gapping Mike Puchik. Yep, that's over 200 meters at the finish line, folks. So Imani sweeps through run number 1 versus Mike Puchik. Okay, so that's the conclusion of run number 1 between these two drivers. They move on to run number 2, where they get to duke it out all over again. While they're resetting, a quick word from one of our sponsors. OTA e-racing season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds, is proudly hosted by drivermod.ca. With plenty of articles regarding builds, car tech, and chronicles of his motorsports hobby, main author and time attacker Philip Oliveira will take you on a fun ride. New day added this month is articles on the 2020 Ontario Time Attack season, as well as breaking certain stuff. Follow him on drivermod.ca. Alright folks, our drivers have reset. Now Imani is heading out for run number 2 between Imani and Mike Puchik. So it looks like Mike Puchik might be following Imani. Yes, it looks that's right. And so Mike is trying to close the gap on Imani versus Imani trying to leave him in the dust. So both drivers driving exact same S2000s that start with a 30-meter gap. going into a slight kink there on the beginning straight. The fun thing about this track is that there's no real long extended straightaway, so you're always contending with a slight bit of elevation change or a slight kink, as they both go into the double apex left-hander, keeping it clean so far by Monty and Mike. And they both go in to the first hairpin. It looks like Imani may have done the hairpin slightly better than Mike because he's slowly slapping on the advantage there. Both cars again are S2000s, Jay's Racing and S2000, so mechanically both platforms are identical in terms of power, weight, and all that fun stuff. So it's really a separation of driver's skill at this point. Imani continues to pile on the lead, as the lead has now grown to just under 110 meters. As they go through a technical session, the S's right before the hairpins. So one last left-hander before the first hairpin. And going through the first hairpin. And oh, Mike seems to have a little bit of trouble keeping the S2000 planted compared to Imani. Imani's still in the lead there. And as they go through a right kink, Imani's starting to really put the hammer down and starts to gap Mike even more. So that's an easy win for Imani McLeod. Well done, Imani. So now the drivers have to switch up spots. And now Mike leads Imani in a last-ditch effort to stay alive in essentially this playoff match. Because if Imani wins, then Mike is knocked out. For those just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Series, Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. Thank you for joining us. This is essentially the final night of this season, and a champion will be declared tonight at the end of it all. So, okay, Mike's getting ready to cross the start line, just about 30 meters, or 29 meters of lead, and Imani is starting to hound him in the rearview mirror. So far, all the wins by Imani have been because of a crash by Mike Puchik. So Mike has yet to put in a clean run. We'll see if Imani can keep up the pressure on Mike to force him to make another driver error. But speaking of driver errors, Imani just clipped that apex a little too tight, so he may have just caused himself an issue. Imani's still hanging on to Mike Puchik, who's going into the faster section of the track. First to hit the S, and then... oh no, Mike's lost it on the exit a little bit, and now Imani's catching up with him now. So that little bit of loss of exit speed is really costing Mike Puchik, as this is a position where normally the leader will be starting to gap the follower, but Imani's being very careful to keep somewhat of distance between him and Mike to not get caught up in any incidences that Mike might cause. Ooh, a little bit of the curb there by Mike, going into the first of the 3 hairpins, and Mike's not taking it as tight as he probably should have. And Staying super tight, both drivers. Last hairpin. Oh, Imani may have just got the back end loose a little bit. That might cost him. Remember, the gap that they started off with was 28.5 meters. So if Imani can keep that gap at less than 28.5 meters, he takes it. And he does at 14.2 meters. So Imani sweeps this run, and takes the match. Well done, Imani. Well done, Imani. Alright, looks like we're getting set up for the next match, which should be, I believe, Jackson versus Imani. Jackson De Oliveira versus Imani Makhalala. So I'm just going to switch over to Jackson. Again, S2000 and S2000 violence. Here we go. Oh wait, looks like oh sorry, not Imani. It's gonna be Thomas actually. It's gonna be Jackson versus Thomas Langille. So there we go. Thomas is in the lead position, I think. Getting ready to go up against Jackson De Oliveira. Still S2000 and S2000. So here we go. Passing at just about 33 to 34 meters of lead. Let's see if Thomas can shrink or increase. Let's see if Jackson can shrink that or Thomas can increase it. Those who are just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season Number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. I'm your host, Kevin Wong. We are in the championship finals tonight. Playoffs. So, this is a last-ditch effort for all our drivers. Oh no, Thomas seems to have gone a little too wide and hit the railings. Not a good way to start, but this is a slow corner, so, and still early in the race, so this might not be a fatal wound here. We'll see what happens. Jackson's been able to close in that gap, so that's good for him. Going to our first hairpin, and Jackson staying right up on Thomas. Going through those S's before the fast section, and Thomas keeps it very clean. So he's starting to build a slight lead over Jackson, which is normal because he is in the front position, so he gets to see the fast section earlier. So, oh no, Jackson goes up the ramp on the side there, and thankfully managed to catch the car, but it hasn't cost him that much. And Thomas makes a mistake of his own as he goes out to the dirt and slows down his exit just ever so slightly. Going through that first hairpin. Oh no, Thomas goes sideways, and Jackson is able to pass him. So unfortunately for Thomas, Jackson has made an official pass. I don't think that collision would have been deemed with any issues there by the race director. So looks like Jackson has officially passed Thomas. Welcome. That was a clean pass by by Jackson. So well done, Jackson. So the driver's just getting set up to reset, and here we go. Here we go, starting about 44 meters with Jackson Oliveira's leading the pack here. Thomas has to try to keep up and catch Jackson there. With 44 meters, that's an interesting strategy by Jackson. Gives Thomas a decent run at him, and considering they're driving in the same car, it might work out. It might work work better for Thomas actually. So we'll see. Going to that double apex left corner. Oh, and Thomas rides the rails again, just like he did last time. Underestimating the amount of speed he can carry into that turn. But again, not fatal because it's still a slow section of the course, so Jackson hasn't completely walked away from him yet. Thomas being very careful, going to that first hairpin. But Jackson is really starting to use what he can to really put the gap down between him and Thomas there. With the leads just still increasing just about 130 meters as they go into the technicals, Jackson's got himself a comfortable lead, but can never get too cocky here because one mistake will cost you the entire race, as we saw earlier when Thomas crashed and Jackson just snuck through. Going through a first hairpin. Oh, Thomas gets a little bent out of shape at the apex, and that just allows Jackson to walk away ever so slightly. No! Thomas has crashed out, looks like, unfortunately. So that allows Jackson to walk away even more. Yep, Jackson has cleared the tricky right-hander without issue, and that is unfortunately most likely it for Thomas. Yep, so Jackson sweeps that first run. So now we move on to run number 2 between Jackson and Thomas. While the drivers do a quick reset, a quick word from one of our sponsors. Welcome back, folks. As like the ad says, Ontario Time Attack is actually a real-life racing league where we do time attack at various tracks across Ontario. We do Toronto Motorsports Park, we do Shannonville, and we do both tracks at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, both the Driver Development Track, or DDT, and the Grand Prix track. We're in fact the only time attack series on the Grand Prix track. So Thomas is now taking run number 2 in the lead position against Jackson de Oliveira. Starts off with about a 45-meter lead. Here we go. Loving that Oreo S2K according to the same. Yeah, I didn't realize it. Yeah, that actually is an Oreo S2K. But I personally prefer a yellow one. So, oh, Thomas has now managed to avoid that rail on this left kink, so the left turn, and keeps it clean. So he's learned from his mistakes and trying to fix them. And starts to pull away ever so slightly on Jackson, but as they enter their first hairpin, we'll see how it goes. And Thomas is starting to walk away ever so slightly on Jackson, going to this S section. Oh, unfortunately, he barely holds it off against the rail, so that allows Jackson to sneak in, gets a little closer, gets a little bent out of shape going through that elevation change. Catches a little bit of air there. Goes. Now I got a dead heat between both S2000s. Not sure why Jackson has got his lights blinking like that, but I don't know. A psych out, maybe? Ooh, getting a little bent out of shape there, coming through the left-hander, going to the final trio of hairpins. Going the second hairpin, and Thomas may have pushed in a little wider than he'd like to. Oh no, Jackson's gone a little sideways in an attempt to try to catch up to Thomas. And that's allowed Thomas to pull away. Let's see how he does the final hairpin. And Thomas is starting to pull away ever so slightly. Thomas clears the tricky right-hander without any issues, and looks like he will be gapping Jackson as he passes the goal. So Thomas takes one right back. Well done, Thomas. Cleans up his driving and gets the win. Excellent work. Now they swap positions, and Jackson de Oliveira takes the lead position. Let's see what Thomas can do in the follow position. As they get ready to get to the start line, here we go. Jackson is holding his throttle to try to make sure Thomas, to try to control that gap essentially. And they're going to cross the start at about 38 meters of gap. Jackson goes into that tight left-hander, and Thomas keeps his left-hander clean as he nails the apex and exit. And it's paying dividends as he slowly kept reeling in Jackson. Going into that first hairpin. Keeping it clean, and good exit by Thomas, or a little bit of a tail happy moment there, but nothing too terrible. And Jackson's entering now the S before the fast section. Looking good, both cars. Oh no, Thomas! Oh! Gets bent out of shape on the exit, and unfortunately has gone completely upside down and teleports back to the pits. So officially, that concedes the run to Jackson de Oliveira. So unfortunately, he was doing so well, and then a little bit too much used too much of the left side of the track and collided with the railing, and then that sent the car flying. So Jackson's likely going to take this one. Actually, is going to take this one since Thomas teleported back to the pits. And we'll be essentially on a 1-1 draw. So likely we'll have a time attack showdown between two drivers. So when both drivers score a win each, the tiebreaker will be a time attack run where it will be a single driver will be led onto the track by himself, and the best lap wins effectively. So we'll see if Thomas can keep it clean and run a very good lap without anyone behind or in front of him. Alright, there we go. So Jackson's officially finished his lap, so he's gonna go back to pits for a fresh set of tires, and that'll determine by a time attack battle between two drivers. Looks like Jackson wants to go first, so he'll be going out for his time attack run right about now. He's trying to deploy a little bit of strategy there to heat up the tires, but here we go. I'll turn on the lap time app so we can quickly see what. So Jackson's best currently tonight has been a 226.758, and last time when he was following Thomas, he pulled a 229.777. So we'll see what Jackson can put down. Keeping it clean so far. Beautiful paint job on that S2000. Jay's Racing. Going through the first hairpin, and Thomas is already out on his time attack run. Oh, Jackson may have gone in a little too hot into that corner. Question is, can Thomas keep it clean and put down a fast lap? And will that have cost Jackson this run? Keeping it very clean there on that exit. Didn't hop on the wall. A little bit of air there. Thundering through the S's before the left-hander and into the hairpins. Very clean driving so far by Jackson. Thomas is still on track, so no issues there. Into the final hairpin by Jackson. Very clean exit, Going into the last deceptive little right-hander. And he keeps it clean, beautiful. A little bit of runoff usage, but nothing crazy. Let's see what lap time he puts down, folks. Crosses the line at a new personal best today at a 226.536, so still a very good lap there for a time attack run. So let's see how Thomas is doing. Clears the last hairpin with no issues. Going to a deceptive right-hander. Let's see what he does. Ooh, rides the wall just ever so slightly. That might cost him because that nibbled away at some speed, but he runs at 227.796. So Jackson takes that one, takes a time attack sudden death by almost a second. So well done, Jackson, and nice try there, Thomas. So our next match will be, let's see. Next match will be the winner of round 70. So it'll be 18. So I believe it'll be, I think that was Imani. It'll be Val versus Brendan. Brendan, I believe. There goes Val in that giant E92. And there goes Brendan in the S2000. Alright, so Brendan's taking the lead position. Let's see what Val can do in the back. Crosses the start line with about 16 meters of lead. And let's see what Val will do. Remember, Val was the one that was deploying the drift strategy, so he's trying to prevent people from passing. But now he's in the fall position. He has to really put down a time attack run to see if Brendan makes a mistake. Val has to drive perfectly, whereas Brendan has to make sure Val doesn't get to catch or pass him. So, Brendan took a really wide line going through there, so that's allowed Val to catch right back up to him. And they go through the slow section into the hairpin, and Val's are still right up on Brendan, so Brendan hasn't made any big gains so far yet. So far, both drivers still being pretty cautious about this. And Val's just keeping a safe distance from Brendan, hoping that maybe Brendan makes a mistake. Catches the giant E92 midair. Val has officially caught Brendan, going to the first of the 3 hairpins. And Brendan is going a little wider than he probably would have liked. But Val has trouble putting that power down. And going through second hairpin without incident. Ooh, Val getting a little sideways, trying to catch up with Brendan there. Going to the final hairpin, critical hairpin here, and it looks like Brendan may have gotten a little wider than he would like to have again. Now the final build up to the right-hander. A little bit of kink. Val uses a little bit of the runoff, and unfortunately, Brendan just has too much of a lead and gaps Val by over 70 meters. So Brendan takes that one. Takes round 1 in run number 1. Now they swap positions. Val is in the lead position and gets to deploy his drift strategy, shall we call it. So, what will Brendan do? There we go. Going into the start line. And currently the lead is sitting at about 26 meters, and Val immediately puts on the smoke show. Getting Brendan's staying right up on him, not letting Val distract him at all. And there's the smoke show again. Brendan almost rear ends. Oh no, I think Brendan did collide with Val. But both drivers continue to opt to continue the pace. And Brendan stays on Val. Val continues his strategy of just not giving any room by by Brendan to pass. Going through a slight S before the fast section of the course, and Val is pulling away ever so slightly. Oh no, Val may have just crashed. Oh, yep, Val just crashed out. So that was probably because he clipped the edge a little too much. But we'll take a quick look at that replay. Well done, Brendan, and keeping that clean. And Brendan's officially made the pass on Val Di Pietro. So if he holds on to not make a mistake here, he'll take this win. So Val's still technically within reaching distance of Brendan. So it's not quite over yet, folks. Ooh, Brendan may have gone a little too wide there on exit, but we'll see what happens. It's close, folks. It's got to be close. Ooh, Val is actually... Oh, folks, that was a 20-meter lead. I believe Brendan has made the pass on Val, but... so he still takes the win. Val did a heroic effort trying to catch Brendan, but remember, Val started off that race in the lead position, so he has lost that match, or that run, I should say. So, first run goes to Brendan. Well done, Brendan. Now we're going to run number 2 between these two drivers, and we'll see who. I think Val is signaling Brendan to take the lead, and we'll see how this goes. And here we go. We're just crossing the start with about 19-meter lead by Brendan, and we'll see how Val handles this one. See that big E92 in Brendan's rearview mirror. But again, with that E92, it's big, it's chunky, it's powerful, but not the most agile creature out of this lot. So, will the S2000 be able to use its braking advantage and agility to beat Val? We'll find out. Clean corner there by Brendan, keeping it also equally clean on the exit. Val might have a very hard time trying to catch Brendan here. If he keeps up that clean driving, that is. So, remember, one bad turn, one nick of the grass, one hit of the railing, and that might prove fatal. So, we'll find out. Right to the edge there by Val. Now almost starting to enter the technical section of the track. And Brendan's still keeping it very, very clean. Oh, Val has officially caught Brendan. We'll see how this goes. Going to that second hairpin. And Brendan's keeping it clean. Val is having a bit of a hard time putting the power down on that exit, whereas this 2000 just pulls away. Going to the final hairpin. And let's see if... oh, Val caught a little bit of dirt on the exits. And unfortunately, Brendan's going to be pulling away from him. Yep. No way for Val to catch at this point. And he gaps him with a final gap of 53 meters. So officially, Brendan draws first blood in run number 2. So that's 1-0 for Brendan in run number 2. So Val's back is up against the wall in round 2, in run number 2, is because he has to win, otherwise Brendan moves on. For those just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2. I'm your host, Kevin Wong. We are in the Touge Battlegrounds finals tonight. Someone will be declared the overall champion, and the winner from last night's upper bracket, Ujwal Verma, will be waiting for whoever makes it out from this lower bracket. So we'll see soon enough. Alright, Val DiPietro is currently in the lead on Brendan with a lead of about 21 meters. So let's see how Val does. He's still deploying his drift first strategy, so let's see what it looks like from Brendan's view. Keeping it clean so far. Last time we had a rear end incident right here leading into this turn, but Brendan's aware of that, and he's aware of Val's shenanigans, so Val's running out of track to drift and blocking the entire apex and midsection of the track. So that E92 might be big, but he's using his advantage to prevent the pass. Yep, still deploying that sideways first mentality, so no passes. Ooh, Brendan himself is going a little bit sideways in that elevation change, but holds on to it. This is where Val crashed out last time, but doesn't make the same mistake twice. Going to the S's right before the... ooh, Val's catching a lot of dirt there. Going through the left-hander into the first of the 3 hairpins. and Brendan honks at Val, telling him, hurry the hell up, man. Because right now, Brendan has caught Val, according to that initial starting gap, so Brendan's playfully teasing Val. Oh, may have bumped into Val there for a little bit, but didn't really affect Val's positioning per se. Last hairpin. Brendan just to keep it clean and keep that gap. And here we go. Now it's just a drag match between the 2 cars. It was a 21.5 meter gap to start with, so unfortunately, I think Val might win the drag race. So, yep, Val definitely wins the drag race and forces a time attack battle between him and Brendan. Alright, here we go. The race director is probably giving everyone directions in terms of of what Val goes out for his first time attack run. So let's hop in on board with him. He's warming up his tires. And there we go. Val starting his first run. Oh, sorry, his time attack run. There is no second run. So the fastest lap here wins. For those just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. We are in part 2 of our finals tonight. So someone will be crowned a champion, and there are prizes to be had. HIP Motorsports has graciously provided us 2 hours of sim time and their professional sim setup when they are allowed to open again after after the COVID lockdown. And NV Auto is giving away an evening lapping session at Toronto Motorsports Park to the overall champion as well as the runner-up. So there are prizes to be had. As much fun as this is, duking it out, it's even better when you get prizes. Loot is always good. Alright, both drivers are currently on the track right now doing their time attack run. Those of you just joining us, essentially we do a Touge battle, and as a tiebreaker, we just simply put the drivers out to do a time attack run to see who wins that round. So Brendan took the first one and Val took the second one, and now they're in a tiebreak situation. So here we are, with Val out in the front first to doing his time attack run, and we'll see what he can pull off. Again, this E92 is very big and clumsy and heavy, but it's got power, so that's what Val's been deploying in that last stretch there to really gap his opponents. But in a time attack situation, this E92 might not be the greatest car. So he's going into his first of 3 hairpins. And here, going through that second hairpin. And going to that last hairpin where it's important to get that great launch, which he's been beating people out of all night. But did he win the overall time attack? We'll find out soon enough. Let's take a look at the lap leaderboard and see. So his best has been a 220. Oh no, he hit the wall! 229.374, which is not great by any standards. And he crosses the finish line at a 231.105. So let's see what Jackson can pull off. Jackson can pull off anything near his personal best. He's definitely beating Val. Alright, entering that last hairpin. Clean exit by Jackson. Oh, sorry, Brendan. Clean exit. Going through a slight right kink, keeps it very composed, uses a little bit of that runoff, and tucks it right back in. So, what'll it be, Brendan? 229.557. He definitely takes that one from Val and moves on to the playoff bracket. Well done, Brendan. Well done, Brendan. Our next matchup will now be Jackson versus Imani. So let's get those drivers, let's hop in with those drivers and see what they're up to right now. So they're just getting ready for the drivers reset, and we should be good to go shortly. For those just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds, season finale, finals, whatever you want to call it. Someone will be crowned a champion tonight. Who will it be? The upper bracket winner from last night, Ujwal Vermas, waits patiently to go up against whoever wins tonight's lower bracket. So we shall see. Ujwal ran almost undefeated last night until he ran into oh shoot, I am getting a brain fart here, folks. It's been a long night. But he ran into Alex Lamb, who then managed to duke it out with him and take unfortunately, while Ujwal won 2-1, like, it was definitely a battle for the ages because it was back and forth with a couple of time attack tiebreakers involved. So great driving by both folks, and certainly didn't make it easy for Ujwal. So here we go. There goes Imani getting set up. Yeah, it's S2000 and S2000, so here we go. And Jackson with his blinking lights strategy. Let's see if that affects Imani. So crossing the start line with just about 35 meters. Let's see. Go, go, go. I would think that blinking headlight thing would be more distracting really to the driver, really. But driver of the car, as you can see the highlights. Ooh, Imani! Oh, Imani crashes out. Imani crashes out. So that hands. Unfortunate for Imani. He's teleported back to the pit, so that's automatic concession to Jackson there. Omega Race says loot is always good. Oh yeah, you should join us for the Ontario Time Attack season. We are just setting up with a bunch of sponsors to get a lot of loot if you win. So, and even if you don't win, we have random raffle prizes. So come on out, join us for the real Time Attack season when it starts. And we're looking forward to having a lot of loot for participants and winners as well. So you win, you get loot. You show up, you can still be eligible for random loot. So loot is always good. So Jackson is just going to finish up his lap, keep his tires hot, and then go back and duke it out with Imani for another session. While we're waiting for Jackson to finish his run, let's
Welcome to the grand finale of Ontario.
Alright there, so we're back here with Jackson. He just passed the finish line, so officially he has won that first match between him and Imani. So now they go back and they swap positions, so Jackson will be in the lead, Imani will be in the follow. Alright, there's Imani, warms up his tires, and takes the lead position. There we go. With a 32-meter lead, Jackson starts the race. Imani's really trying to make up for what he did last time around and puts a big gap initially, but they're going through this tight left corner, which doesn't allow for a lot, and that's closed that gap back down to half, about 62 meters, but now Imani's pulling away ever so slightly before he enters the first hairpin, which is a slow section, but Jackson's staying right on top of him. going into the slight technical section, the little S kink, before going to the fastest section of the course. And Imani's really starting to pull away. Let's just hop in quickly with Imani and see what he's doing. Keeping it clean. Jumps that crest beautifully. Gets a little unsettled there. But Imani... But so far so good. Sorry folks, I made a mistake. Jackson was actually in the lead, not Imani. But going to that final hairpin, Jackson still has a good gap. And going to the second hairpin, we can watch from Imani's perspective. And still keeping that gap alive. Going to the final hairpin. Oh no, Imani may have just lost the back end a little bit coming to that exit. Will that cost him? Going to that right-hander. Jackson keeps it clean, so does Imani, but that little mistake is enough to cost Imani the lead. Cost Imani because Jackson gaps him and keeps it at about 55 meters advantage. So Jackson holds on to the lead and gaps Imani. Well done, Jackson. Jackson takes run number 1. So now we go to run number 2, where the two drivers will get to battle it out one more time. We're just past we're almost getting to the 3/4 way mark of the night. And hold on, folks, we're getting some really good drivers coming up in the next few battles to see who goes up to face Ujjwal Verma in the final battle. So Imani takes his position as the lead car, and we're going to hop in with Jackson de Oliveira and see what he sees. Here we go. Imani crosses the start line with 27-meter lead, and Jackson goes right up against him already. Trying to see if he can pressure Imani into making another mistake. Ooh, Jackson gets a little unsettled coming out of that turn there. Going into that double apex. You can see there's a slight difference in lines there between the two drivers, but they're still bumper to bumper. No one's conceded anything just yet. Imani keeps pushing and pushing just to get that little bit of a gap. Goes into our first hairpin. Ooh, Jackson goes a little tighter than Imani. Let's see if that pays off any dividends. Not quite, as Imani slowly starts to pull away. And they enter into a slight little bit of left-right kink here before going to the fastest section of the course. Here we go. Imani is going to try to pull away ever so slightly. You see that advantage go up, creep up just a little bit, but now it's dropping back down as Jackson found a little bit of room to make up on Imani there. And he's right back up on Imani. Pressure's on Imani at this point. Ooh, going into that technicals, making sure he doesn't hit the back end of Imani. Into the S's and into the left-hander before the first of 3 hairpins. Here we go. Ooh, Jackson's gunning for that pass on the inside. Trying to see if there's an opening there by Imani. Imani shuts the door on him and he stays on top, but not really because the gap is now -8. Again, that's -8 meters to the front of his car, so technically, for all intents and purposes, Jackson is right up on Imani's bumper. Going to the last hairpin. Oh, Imani has a hard time putting the power down, but oh no, Jackson clips the outside edge and Imani pulls away. Oh, just the last fatal mistake. One mistake, that's all it takes. And Imani is officially pulling away and therefore takes this round. just clipped that edge ever so slightly. So they put drivers swap positions, and now Jackson takes the lead position with Imani following. I get the feeling that Jackson's probably going to beat Imani here, and then we'll have a time attack showdown. But them's the rules, and it makes for some pretty exciting finishes here. Here we go. Jackson is getting ready to take his lead position, and Imani's letting him pull away ever so slightly. Might be part of the strategy of both drivers here, but we'll see. Here we go, just crossing the start line at 19 meters. 19 meters. Whoops, folks, I may have just had a technical issue there. The stream just may have dropped out a little bit. Sorry about that. Jackson is still in the lead, although albeit not by much, but he still has the lead on top of Imani. Still within striking distance, Imani can just bide his time a little bit. We're just about the halfway point of the track, entering the fastest section of it. So last time around, Imani made a slight mistake and Jackson managed to catch him here, but this time Jackson does not do the same, and he's just pulling away ever so slightly on Imani. Ooh, getting awfully close to that right wall there, Imani, but he holds it and stays on Jackson. Entering the little technical section before the hairpins. Oh, Jackson has made that mistake officially, and Imani makes the pass. Clean pass there by Imani. Let's take a look at that again. So Jackson, unfortunately the gap between Jackson and Imani is just too big. So Imani's gonna pass, officially made the pass, and finishes the race. So what that means is Imani's taken the second run. So Jackson swept the first run, and Imani sweeps the second run. So now we're going to a third run. No surprises, Imani did give us one of the longest battles last night, and surprise, surprise, here we are again with the first three-run battle of the night. So here we go. We're just about to cross the start line with Imani in the lead at 28 meters. Here we go. So it looks like Jackson's already caught up just a little bit, but again, very early in the race. Let's see if, again, what mistakes did each of the drivers make? Imani goes in for that double apex approach, maybe a little bit wide on exit. It's a little too wide too early, I should say. But Jackson is right back up on him. And Imani has officially been caught with just essentially with Jackson right up on his bumper. Question is whether Jackson will make a mistake in chasing Imani that close. Going through a little bit of the S before the fast section. And coming out of it, Imani hasn't been able to gap Jackson. In fact, Jackson's catching up to him, so it appears Jackson is consistently faster here in this section than Imani is. Heading into the technical sector. Going through the S's. Ooh, that was... He came up on Imani pretty quick there, but manages to keep the car from bumping into Imani. Going to the first hairpin. Both drivers keep it super tight. I mean, good fundamentals there on the apex. And going to the second hairpin. Looks like Jackson might have had a better entry, but the exit is not so good because they get the back end out. Going into the last hairpin. Ooh, oh no, he bumps Imani. Oh, that's going to be a racing incident, but he lets Imani go in front. He nudges Imani, unfortunately, and so Imani holds on to the lead as that was illegal contact between the two drivers. So Imani's likely going to take the win here. Yep, and he does. Yeah, so just to explain the rules a little bit, folks, you're not allowed to make contact like that, especially otherwise you just ram your opponent off the road. So that little bit of contact is why Jackson decided to stop, let Imani retake the lead, and go from there. So Imani officially takes that one. And now we are in a second round with this third run. So now Jackson's got to win this one, otherwise he gets knocked out of this playoff round. Do or die time. Here we go, they pass about 46 meters of lead. So Jackson wants a big lead to start. Oh, Imani almost bins it right off the bat there, that right-hander. And Jackson starts piling on the lead as much as he can. Not much he can do here because it does get tight here. And then it leads into that double apex corner, so Imani keeps it tight. And manages to shave off a little bit of that lead from Jackson, but Jackson's about to enter the first hairpin. Let's hop in with him. Imani's just right behind him. So now Imani's got Jackson in his sights, although Jackson's just about to enter the fast section, which he does have an edge on Imani. Remember last time, Jackson keeps pulling away from Imani right here consistently. So, and you can see in the distance meter, he definitely is pulling away, entering into a slight kink. And yep, Jackson's consistently faster than Imani over here. Into the technicals before the hairpins. Oh no, Jackson has spun out, but Imani's right behind him. Oh, Jackson's lost all of his lead, and all Imani has to do is remember keep up with him, right? So close that gap. So right now with they start with a gap of 46. So Imani just has to be careful and not bite off more than you can chew. So the key thing is, can Imani keep this gap at less than 46 meters? Oh, here we go, a drag race between two drivers. Jackson edges out the lead, but remember, the gap has to be 46 meters or more for Jackson to officially win. And nope, it is less than 8 meters, so officially Imani has caught Jackson and takes the win. Well done, Imani. Imani sweeps through round 3 and therefore takes the win. What a finish, folks. What a finish. Did not expect to see a drag race between two S2000s. And best part about both drivers is that they avoided a crash at that very last right-hander. So well done, folks. So our next battle, we're looking at Edgar versus Brendan. While our drivers get set up, I'm going to take a quick break and grab some water. Alright folks, I'm back. It looks like we're just getting set up between Edgar and Brendan. See some life there from Edgar. He's just probably getting to his wheel. And he's getting ready to go. Okay, with Edgar taking the lead on Brendan. Looks like we're going to start the race with just about 20 meters of lead-ish, 19 to 20. Going through that first hairpin. Ooh, Brendan's having a little trouble keeping that S2000 planted. And Edgar's piling on the lead as he did last night, going through the fast section of the course. That E30, while it might not be the master of anything, it is perfectly balanced and doesn't have a lot of power. Doesn't have a lot of power. Doesn't have a lot of weight either to hold it down. So Edgar's making use of every ounce of it. Seems to be the popular choice amongst the top drivers in the round robin. Josh Jones, you say the mic is echoing. Unfortunately, I can't fix that right now with the live stream, but I will try to see what I can do in between the breaks. Thanks for the point, though. Edgar's going into the final hairpin and see if he can gap Brendan there. Remember, they start off with about 19-meter gap, so 17-meter gap according to official race records. So currently, Edgar is winning. And yep, looks like he's just going to pile on that lead and officially beat Brendan by over 120 meters. So, well done, Edgar. Well done, Edgar. Alright, we just started the next race with about 20 meters of lead, and Edgar's just hop in with Edgar to see what he sees. Ooh, Brendan's barely holding in that S2000 on track. Feeling the pressure from Edgar as Edgar is closing in that gap ever so slightly, heading into the double apex bend. Ooh, Brendan's washing out ever so slightly, and Edgar's right on him. Right on him. Yeah, this is going to be super tight, folks. Yeah, Edgar's being relentless in the pursuit of Brendan, so Brendan's not gonna shouldn't let that get to him, because that's how mistakes happen, and he's just gonna crash. So just gotta keep it steady there, Brendan. Going through the first of the 3 hairpins. Ooh, Brendan's having a hard time keeping that back end planted on that S2000. Going through a second hairpin. Very tight. Remember, they start off with 28-meter gap, so officially Edgar has the edge on Brendan right now. Brendan has a hard time putting that back end down, so the key thing is for Edgar to keep that gap at 28 meters or less. And oh, it might be a photo finish, folks. Will they pass at? Yep. So Edgar's officially caught Brendan because the gap was just about 22 meters. So well done, Edgar. Well done. Edgar officially sweeps the first run out of the 2. So well done, Edgar. Brendan will get to try again to hold on to a playoff position in run number 2. Alright, so Edgar's going to take the lead position in run number 2, round 1. He's going to officially cross the start line at just 32 or 31 or 32 meters of lead. And hop in with Brendan Smith here, see what his strategy is to keep up with Edgar. Edgar's already starting to pile on a bit of a lead, and let's see what he can do. Going that tight double apex left, Brendan does a very good double apex and exits with a little bit of oversteer. But Edgar has a very clean in and out of that corner and is now starting to pile on a little bit of lead before going to that first hairpin. In through the little S before the fast section. Edgar's already starting to pile up the... Ooh! Brendan barely misses the railing there. And Edgar takes full advantage of that by just rolling away from Brendan at this point. But again, the key thing with Touge Battle is that you should never give up, because all Edgar has to do is make a tiny mistake and Brendan will be right back up on him. So it's not over, folks. Going to our first hairpin. Remember, we started off with a lead of 29 meters, so can Brendan keep that advantage to less than 29 essentially? Doesn't look like it, because Edgar's really running into that final hairpin. And as long as he keeps it clean on the exit, which he looks like he has, he is, yep, he's got a 100-meter advantage, like just over 100-meter advantage at this point, and he's about to cross the finish line and officially takes it at 180. So unfortunate for Brendan, but Edgar shows his dominance and really gaps Brendan there. So now they swap positions, and Brendan will have the chance to take the lead on Edgar and fight for playoff life. For those who just joining us, welcome to Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. I'm your host, Kevin Wong. I believe I am aware of an issue where my mic is echoing. Unfortunately, I can't fix that right now with the live stream, lest we actually lose commentary. So, sorry about that, folks. And here we go, we're off. We'll jump on board with Brendan across the start at about 35 meters. And then we'll see how Edgar will keep up or pass as well. Going to that tight left-hander, and Brendan washes out. Oh, Edgar has made a mistake. Hits the railing twice, so Brendan's able to slightly walk away from him, but it is not fatal because this is a slow corner of the track in a slow section. So Brendan's able to pull away slightly, but let's see if Edgar makes another mistake. Yeah, Brendan's pulling away in this S section, but will he be faster than Edgar on the fast sector? It doesn't look like it, as Edgar's slowly creeping up on him. Still, Brendan does have the official lead on him, because the gap is currently at 55 meters, but race ain't over yet, folks. Entering the left-hander, tight left-hander before the first hairpin. Let's see what Edgar can do. Going to the second hairpin, and this is dangerous territory for Brendan because Edgar, the lead that he had on Edgar to start with was 33.5 meters, and it's currently sitting at less than... Oh no! Edgar has collided with Brendan. So So Edgar's had to let Brendan go because he caused that incident, and now officially probably Brendan's going to take that and run with it. So a last minute mistake allows Brendan to walk away from Edgar. So what that means is Brendan takes that one, while Edgar takes the first one and Brendan takes the second one. We now go off into a sudden death time attack battle. So each of the drivers will be let out on track one at a time, and whoever drives the fastest lap wins. So Brendan will have to fight for his life in a time attack format now. Remember, with Touge battles, it's about who can gap the other person. With a time attack battle, it's just sheer fastest lap win. So here goes Edgar on his time attack run. Sheer fastest lap win. So here goes Edgar on his time attack run. Looking like a very clean lap so far by Edgar. We'll see if he makes the same mistake he did last time on the entry into this left-hander. Nope, he keeps it clean. So far, so good for Edgar. Now Brendan's already on the track, doing his time attack run. So we'll see soon enough who takes this run. Edgar's going to his final technical section before the hairpins. And let's see what he does. And knowing Edgar, though, from last night's runs, it'll probably most likely be a very, very clean run. Let's pull up the lap timer and see what he does. So his best is a 2:24.460, which is very, very quick. So if Brendan's strategy was try to lure Edgar into a time attack battle, that might backfire. Very clean exit on that hairpin. Going to that tight right-hander. Minimal use of that that runoff by Edgar. And let's see what lap times he pulls off. 2:24.997. Blistering quick time there by Edgar. Here goes Brendan going to the second hairpin. And entering that last critical hairpin to try to get as much acceleration as possible. Ooh, gets the back end a little bit loose. A lot of coasting there by Brendan. Might not work. And he officially crosses the finish line at 2:28.934, which easily gives Edgar the win and thus the match. So well done, Edgar. Edgar moves on, and unfortunately Brendan gets eliminated. Up next, we have Jerry Chin versus Imani Makalolad, which is going to be interesting because last night these two folks got one of the longest battles we've had, stretching at almost 40 minutes. So we'll see what they wind up doing tonight. So I'm just gonna hop in with Imani right there and see what it's actually round 2 between Jerry versus Imani. Here we go. Imani's getting ready. Okay. Round 2 of this battle again. As I mentioned earlier in the live stream ladder, we had an insane Iron Man battle between Jerry Chin and Imani Maklalad, stretching almost 40 minutes. So here we go. It's going to be a fun battle. Jerry opts to take the lead on this first run, first run, and seems to be deploying a strategy of keeping Imani at bay at 44 meters. So here we go. Or Imani could be deploying that, could be purposely trying to stay behind so he gets a good run at Jerry. Going into the tight left-hander, Jerry opts to take a single apex approach, whereas Imani just stays tight. May have dipped a little bit more of a wheel than you would like to there on the exit there. But Imani, Jerry's just holding on to that little bit of a gap there. Going through our first hairpin. Nothing crazy to report so far. Jerry goes through the S's and starts the fast section of the course, and naturally it piles on a bit of a lead, but it's not much. As they both are about to enter a bit of a technical section which will close the gap a little bit, compress the traffic, and we'll see what happens. Yep, there we go. The gap's already closed down to less than 70 meters, and we'll continue to close down as we go through the technicals. On board here with Jerry Chen. Ooh, and Ronnie's right back up on him. Remember, the gap started off with 44.5 meters, so Jerry's going to try to gap that as much as possible over 44.5. So right now, Ronnie has technically caught Jerry, so we'll see what happens. Final hairpin. Clean entry by Jerry. Clean exit. And Imani loses the back end a little bit. Will that cost him? Will that cost him? Going through that slight right backhander. And Jerry starts to really put the hammer down. And yep, officially Jerry has gapped Imani at over 70 meters. So well done, Jerry. Alrighty, just as our drivers are getting set up, Imani will now take the lead on Jerry and try to gap Jerry. Again, this is run number 1, round number 2. So round number 1 is taken by Jerry Chin, for those who are just joining us. He gapped Imani, and now Imani is now in the lead position and will try to gap Jerry. So here we go. As Imani heads out with a 39-meter lead, let's see what Jerry's going to do to try to catch up. Jerry driving that E30 like the momentum car it should be, and really trying to keep as much throttle on as possible to put that car through its paces. Has caught Imani in the left-hander, the tight left-hander, but lots of race left to go, folks. Not over yet. The wonderful thing about Touge is that, yes, there's a lot of pressure back and forth, and it's really more the human element where, like, someone makes a mistake, and it can be over in a flash, in the blink of an eye. All right. So small mistakes can add up. Big mistakes will definitely end your day. Monty's been showing that he's a little bit weak there in that little technical section before this long, this fast section, and Jerry's been catching him a little bit, but Monty pulls away ever so slightly, and then now there's a bit of a rubber match happening where Monty pulls away, and then Jerry catches it, and then Monty pulls away ever so slightly again, heading into the technicals before the hairpins, going to about to head into that left 90, and Imani keeps it clean. And Jerry, oh, Imani goes wide on that apex though, and whereas Jerry takes a good line. Remember, they started off with a 39.1 meter gap, so Imani currently is not in good shape. Will Jerry be able to catch him? Going that final hairpin, which Imani's had trouble putting the power down. Ooh, but I think he may have inadvertently caused Jerry to back off as well. So Imani looks like he's gapping Jerry. Yes, he is, and officially will probably cross the finish line with over 60 meters gap. Yep, 68. So officially, the rubber match continues. Jerry takes the first one. Imani takes the second one, and now we're in for a time attack battle. As mentioned before, a time attack battle is involved when as a tiebreaker. So one of the drivers will be sent out by themselves to drive the fastest lap possible, and the other one will be let out about halfway through. So both drivers opted, I guess, Jerry's opted to go back to the pits for new tires. Actually, both drivers have done the same, and now they go back for a time attack battle. So I'll turn on the laps indicator from Assetto Corsa, and we will see who does the faster lap. And remember, this is just round one, so the two of them will still have to do round two. So Jerry's off to do his time attack battle. Here we go. Going to that tight left-hander. Jerry keeps it clean. Almost clean exit. There was a little bit of a hop there, but no consequence. No real consequence anyways. Caught a little bit of air there, a little unsettled on the landing, but let's see if that winds up affecting him. Going into the beginning of the technical into the hairpins. Ooh, Jerry goes two-wheel in there. Through the first hairpin without issue. Now entering the second hairpin. Comes out clean. final hairpin. Comes out very clean. And let's see what Jerry pulls off. A 225.638, new personal best for today. So 225.638. Let's see what Monty winds up doing. Monty will have to pull off his personal best for today if he wants to be able to beat Jerry. So, what is going to happen? Clean exit through that little right kink. And about to cross the finish line at a 225 flat, effectively. So, Imani takes round number 1. Well done, Imani. Again, both of these drivers combined for an insane battle yesterday, with Imani taking round 1, with each driver taking each of the rounds, going to essentially a time attack battle every single time. So, no surprise that this is one of the longest battles. Okay, here we go again. This time with Imani in the lead over Jerry Chin. We're about to cross the start line. We'll see what the gap is. Gap is about 36 or 35 meters. And here we go. Going down first tight left-hander, and Imani keeps it clean, as does Jerry. Going into out of the first pin, and no issues there by anyone. Both drivers are really playing chess here, trying to make sure they don't make a mistake and to open up a gap for anyone to go through. Woo! Oh my god, Jerry almost loses control of it coming out of that crest. Does a little bit of a two-wheel hop there. So that gave Imani just a little bit of room to walk away, but not a whole lot. So going into the first hairpin. Ooh, Imani may have gone a little bit wide there. Going to that second hairpin. Staying tight, yeah. Remember, the gap that we started off with was 36.7 meters. So technically, if Jerry can keep this tight, Imani will. Oh no, Imani seeming to be walking away. So it's sitting. Oh yeah, Imani's gonna walk away with this one. It seems like whoever's in the lead typically walks away. So yep. Imani has a 60-plus meter lead on Jerry, so he's officially gapped Jerry. So, well done, Imani. I would not be surprised to see Jerry take the next one. So, while we recover from that one, we will have a quick word from one of our sponsors.
Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season Number 2 Touge Battlegrounds is proudly presented to you by HIP Motorsports. It's how I play.
check them out on both Facebook and Instagram at facebook.com/hipmotorsports. HIP uniquely connects sim racing and real-life motorsports using full motion simulators, esports, driver training, mobile events, and more. HIP, it's how I play. Here we go, folks. We're just about ready to start the second round. So with a 41-meter lead between Jerry and Imani. Imani may have made a bit of a mistake there, hopping the curb a little bit. And there goes Jerry, building a little bit of that lead before going to that tight left corner. Coming out of that, relatively unscathed, both drivers, and about to head into their first hairpin. A little bit of sideways action there, but Jerry also had the same issue coming out of this corner here, so nothing really gained or lost by either driver. On board here with Jerry. You see Imani is still visible in his rearview mirror, but both drivers really duking it out. Imani's right back on Jerry. Here we go, folks. Last hairpin. Critical corner. Oh, great exit by Imani. So let's see if that helps him try to catch Jerry here. Remember, the gap that started off was 41.3 meters, so Jerry has to really extend that gap. Might go down to finish. Oh, barely! 43 meters at the end. Jerry barely gaps Imani. Barely. That might still have to go down to a photo finish and double check, but I swore I saw a 43-meter gap there versus a 41.3. So let's go to race control and double check who won that one. Our race director is still confirming the gap. Hold on a second. I'll let you guys know. I believe I just got, yeah, it's too close. Too close to call. I believe. Hold on a second, folks. This is actually going to go back to a replay review, so we're going to have to actually double check. In fact, if I can see if I can pull up my replay. I do not have a replay long enough to capture that, so we're going to just quickly have some words from one of our sponsors before we come back to this. So hold on a second, folks. OTA e-racing season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds, is proudly hosted by DriverMod.ca. With plenty of articles regarding builds, car tech, and chronicles of his motorsports hobby, main author and time attacker Philip Oliveira will take you on a fun ride. Newly added this month is articles on the 2020 Ontario Time Attack season, as well as breaking certain stuff. Follow him on DriverMod.ca.
We'll build the car, you win the race.
For Mr. Alex Lee, Subaru Impreza in
NV Auto, building champions since 2010.
Welcome back, folks. Our race control is still going back through replay tapes to make sure that we get this decision right. So they're having to go over. It's literally coming down to a photo finish. So they're double checking, making sure either the gap was maintained or lost by Jerry on that one. So hang on, I just got news here. So, yep, Jerry, I was right. Jerry did officially gap it at 43.5. So we're going back to a time attack duel between these two drivers. Here we go, folks. So, both drivers will be lining up again to do a time attack battle. Alright, both drivers are being told they're lining up, so we should be seeing some movement shortly. There we go. There goes Imani. So we're in a time attack battle, and Imani is off to the races. As a tiebreaker, we will have this effectively one driver go out, try to put the fastest lap they can, as whoever gets the fast lap wins that as a tiebreaker. So effectively, so. Pretty clean lap so far by Imani. The bit of a break might have helped the drivers both gather their wits. It was a intense battle right to the very end, so that might help. Get a bit of sideways there action from Monty coming out of that right-hander, but didn't really seem to affect that much. Catching good air, but landing quite nicely. Jerry's on track right now, doing his run, so we'll find out soon enough whether we're going to a round 3 between these two drivers again. First of the 3 hairpins by Imani. Clean exit. Second hairpin looks good too. Rounding out to the final hairpin, which is ever so critical. Imani's been having trouble putting that power down on exit. keeps it clean, keeps it clean. Ooh, gets a little squirmy on the exit. But let's see what his lap time looks like. That's all that matters, folks. A 225.350. So, let's hop in with Jerry and see what he's doing. Looking good through the hairpin so far. Fortunately, we didn't get to see him do his other earlier in the course, so it's going to be a nail-biting finish right to the end. A little bit of oversteer on the exit. Goes to the right-hander. Clean exit. .224, Jerry takes it. Remember, Imani ran a 225.3, so well done, Jerry. Well done, Jerry. So our race director is currently just discussing what happened with the two drivers, and I believe Jerry has won the match. So Jerry wins. Jerry beats Imani. Actually, no. Sorry, no. I made a mistake. Jerry has tied Imani, so they go to round 3. As expected, I called it out earlier that they would go down right down to the wire. So no surprise there. Fatigue might be getting to me. It's been a few hours of commentating for me. So here we go. Yet another battle, extended battle between these two. Now with Imani following Jerry. Starting off with a 47-meter lead. And let's see what Imani can do to chop that down. Going down a tight left-hander. And Imani seems to have picked up a good head of steam going into that. But Jerry's starting to pull away ever so slightly. Coming out of it. Imani's still trying to reel in Jerry, but going to a hairpin. And Imani manages to hold on ever so slightly. Both drivers are very, very cautious about not making any crazy mistakes, but at the same time trying to make sure they can really take advantage of each other's mistakes, however small they might be. Here we go, folks. Going to left-hander before the first hairpin. There is no problem. And going to the second hairpin. Ooh, Jerry may have gone a little bit wider than he usually does. Coming out. Oh no, Imani hits the curb on the outside and Jerry starts to gap him. Well, that's it for Imani. So Jerry takes that one by a good margin. So not surprised. Again, as I mentioned earlier, whoever seems to lead seems to win. So now they'll swap position and see if Imani takes the lead, takes the win in the lead position. Alrighty, we're just getting ready for this one. Here we go, getting ready to go. We're starting with 44.7 meters of lead. And Imani has already started to gap ever so slightly. Very good line by Imani. Oh, maybe pushed out a little bit too early. Really trying to cut that course though by diving into that dirt. Ooh, may have cut that apex a little too tight though. So there he goes. Here comes Jerry in the rearview mirror. Hop on board with Jerry because now he's got Imani in his sights. Going into the technicals right before the hairpins. Ooh, Jerry! Oh, Jerry just spun out, unfortunately. Still managed to get the car back right on the track, but that might be a fatal mistake there. Yeah, it looks like Imani's not relenting on that lead, so no mistakes from his end. I'm not sure if he can see where Jerry is, but if he's smart about this, he's gonna hold on to that and just carefully cruise to the win. And he does at over 200 and some odd meters, so that's an easy win. And now back to the time attack battle. Alright, both drivers have opted to just go back to the pits and change tires, and there goes Jerry going out for his time attack battle. Here we go, folks. Going that tight left-hander. Jerry's keeping it clean so far. Nothing to report. In a time attack situation, the most boring of drives is typically the fastest of drives. So we'll see how he does. through the first hairpin. Again, very clean. Monty's on track now. So now both drivers will be setting at their attempting to set their fastest lap. Will Imani be able to beat Jerry on the time attack? It looks like today Imani might be having Jerry's number on the time attack, so we'll see. Coming into the left-hander before the first hairpin. First of the 3 hairpins. Clean so far. Ooh, Jerry may have just made a big mistake. He went way too wide and
Welcome to the grand finale of...
And Jerry officially does that in a 2:28.092. So, oof, that's gonna hurt him, unfortunately. We'll see if Imani makes any mistakes. No mistakes by Imani in the same corner, so Jerry might have just lost the entire match to Imani on one fatal hot entry. That's unfortunate. That's how the cookie crumbles. Let's see what happens. Yep, Imani easily does a 2:24.659 and therefore takes the match against Jerry. Well done, Imani, and well done, Jerry, for fighting till the very end, literally at the very last corner. Oh, that's unfortunate, but very well done, Imani. Well done. Now, for our next match, we have Edgar versus Imani. So, Jerry, Imani's just going to go finish the sweep around the course and come around just in time to meet with Edgar. All right, Imani's back in the pits, and Edgar's ready to go. Just getting set up here, folks. There's Edgar, and we are ready to roll. Here comes Edgar. We are now officially in the almost just there we go. Imani signals to Edgar. He's ready to go. Edgar passes the start line with just about 47 meters of lead, and Imani is in the chase. this is officially the quarterfinals, as we only have 2 more matches left to go, folks. Thanks for sticking around. This is Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2, Touge Battles. We are in the final playoff matches tonight, and in the quarterfinals here between Edgar Lee and Imani Makalala. Going to the first hairpin, Edgar keeps it very clean. Hopping on board here with Edgar. Imani's still in the hunt at just under 70 meters from behind him. Both drivers started with about a 47-meter lead, and here we go. Edgar's pulling away ever so slightly in that fast section, and Imani's trying to give chase. About to head into that technical section, right before the left-hander into the first hairpin. Oh, Edgar may have gone in a little too hot there. Starting to gap Imani a little bit there in that between the first and second hairpin. And into the second one, no issues there by Edgar. And Imani's right back on him again. Remember, the gap that started was 47, so into the final hairpin. Ooh, clean exits by both drivers. Ooh, that might have cost Imani right there, losing the back end towards the end, and Edgar officially passes to the finish with over 80 meters of lead. So, Edgar takes round 1 in run number 1. Both drivers are resetting, and we'll swap leads. So Imani will lead Edgar and see if Edgar can catch him. For those just joining us, we're finally into the quarterfinals of tonight's Touge playoff battle. It's Edgar versus Imani, with Edgar taking round 1 of run number 1. So now Imani will be leading Edgar, and the point of this is for Edgar to catch Imani. As Imani starts the race with 31 meters of lead, and Edgar has to try to shrink that down while Imani's trying to increase that. So here we go, folks. Edgar's already sort of caught Imani, but we'll see how he does. Heading into the first, the tight left-hander. Edgar's opted to take a slightly wider route, but Imani may have clipped that apex a little bit more than he wanted to, and Edgar has right back on him again. Imani seems to tend to opt to cut the course as much as possible, whereas Edgar stays on the tarmac. So, wondering if that'll pay off for Edgar versus Imani. Going into the S right before the fastest section of the course, and Edgar's still keeping up. Imani hasn't walked away from him as he should have, but yep, it's holding tight. The gap to start the race was 31.2, so Imani hasn't been able to build much of a gap there. Going through that first hairpin with no issues. Ooh, Imani may have hopped that curve a little bit more than he wanted to again. He's really trying to cut that course down to the shortest distance possible. So, final hairpin. Is Imani going to hang on to a 31.2 meter gap? Ooh, Edgar came out slightly sideways, and unfortunately Imani is walking away from him. So, and officially crosses the finish line at 80 meters, almost identical to his win over Imani. So we're seeing a rubber match here, folks. So we're going to a time attack battle between the two drivers. So let's have both drivers do a quick reset, and they're going to, looks like, yeah, both drivers will often go back to the pits and get fresh tires and do their time attack battle. In this case, each driver is sent out to the track one at a time, and whoever does the fast lap wins. Here goes Edgar in his time attack lap. So far, a very characteristically clean lap by Edgar. No surprise there. He was one of the most precise drivers from last night's playoff round. So, very clean so far. Going into the first hairpin, Edgar looks super clean. Into the second. Looking very clean there as well. And into the final critical hairpin. Looking super good on exit. Question is how he's going to handle that little right kink. Last time around he oversteered a little bit, but nope, keeps it beautifully clean this time around. Let's see what lap time he pulls in. 2:24.858. So let's check out Imani and see what he's doing. Going through that final hairpin. He seems to have figured this hairpin out. A little bit oversteer, but for the most part, very composed. Far more composed than he was last night. Will he be able to beat the 24.858 set by Edgar? Oh, he does not. Actually, no, he does. Sorry. 2:24.615. He does. 615. So officially, Imani does beat Edgar with a 24.615. Well done, Imani. So Imani takes round one. He takes round one, and we're moving on to round two, where the two drivers get to duke it out all over again. Run one, sorry. Imani takes round one, and then we're in run two, Edgar versus Imani. Alright, Imani's opting to take the lead against Edgar, and we shall see where this goes. We start off with just about 30-meter lead, looks like. Here we go. Going into that first tight left-hander, double apex. Let's see how they take it. Imani goes out, stays tight. Edgar's right up on him. I have a feeling Edgar probably takes this corner better than Imani. But the BMW might be a factor for that one too, so we'll see how that goes. Edgar's leaving no room for Imani to walk away. Staying right up on him. Ooh, Edgar gets a little bit out of shape there, and Imani dips a wheel into the dirt, but nothing catastrophic so far. Imani walks a little bit away from Edgar, but again, nothing major so far. Edgar dips a wheel in the dirt. Ooh, loses it on the exit a little bit. But again, still hangs on. Going into the first hairpin. Not an issue so far. Heading into the second hairpin. Both drivers keep it very, very clean. Extremely composed under all this pressure this late in the night. Into the final hairpin. Looks like Imani may have had a little bit of oversteer, but he seems to be walking away ever so slightly from Edgar. See if Edgar can close that 29-meter gap, but nope. Imani's walking away and takes the win at 57-meter gap. So he's officially gapped Edgar. So the rubber match continues. While our drivers are just quickly getting set up, a quick word from one of our sponsors.
OTA e-racing season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds, is proudly hosted by drivermod.ca. With plenty of articles regarding builds, car tech, and chronicles of his motorsports hobby, main author and time attacker Philip Oliveira will take you on a fun ride. Newly added this month is articles on the 2020 Ontario Time Attack season, as well as breaking certain stuff. Follow him on drivermod.ca.
Alright, we're back here, folks, with Edgar taking the lead against Imani. I'm just about to cross the start line at about 28 meters. That's what I caught. It was kind of shrinking there. Imani's giving chase to Edgar. Drivers being Imani. Oh no, Imani has catches the back end, but thankfully it's in a sector where he's not going to lose a lot. So he's having a hard time keeping that back end planted. Edgar hasn't been entirely able to walk away from him yet, but so we'll see what Imani can do to make up for those mistakes. So far, it seems like in a battle of equally skilled rivals, whoever has the lead really is going to hold on to that lead. or at least win at the form of a drag match at the very end. So we shall see. Ooh, Edgar dipped a wheel into the dirt. Probably far longer than he would have wanted. Hop on board here with Edgar. Into that first hairpin. No issues. Into the second hairpin. No issues for Edgar, and Monty's right there with him. Into the final hairpin. Oh, Imani slides a lot more than he should have. So that's probably going to cost him. Ooh, Edgar also loses it there, but not much consequence as he continues to pile on that gap and easily crosses it with over 100 meters. So, we go back to another time attack battle, folks. Get your coffee, it's going to be a late night. And Imani just decides to put the car into the grass and get a new one. Here we go, folks. Going right back to the pits and doing a time attack battle. For those just joining us, we are in the quarterfinals between Edgar Lee versus Imani Makalad in the Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. I'm your host, Kevin Wong, and we've come to essentially a tiebreaker between Imani and Edgar for this one. So, and the tiebreaker is typically held in the form of a time attack run. So, both drivers are just getting probably some nature breaks and going down to a time attack run. So Imani took the first time attack, and let's see if Edgar can claw back or if Imani sweeps through and takes this one too. So it looks like Imani is going out first. Imani had to just quickly step out, so we're going to do a quick promo from one of our sponsors.
All of those miles, all of those hours, the late nights, the planning, the preparation, they all come down to this. That one perfect lap. Build the car, you win the race.
For Mr. Alex Lee, Super Impreza
NV Auto, building champions since 2010.
Alright folks, we just joined back and Imani's going to start his time attack run, and here we go. So far, a clean race, clean drive by Imani, and let's see if he can beat his personal best. Last time around,
he did run a 24.6 something, so still not on his best pace, but we'll see if he can improve on that. Right on the edge of that track, wonderful. Coming through the fastest section of the course. Remaining fully composed over that crest. May have caught a little bit more. Here we are with Imani doing his time attack run. Been a beautifully well executed time attack run, keeping it very, very clean. Some minor mistakes, possibly due to fatigue setting in overnight, but all in all, a very good run so far. His competitor Edgar is also on track right now doing his run, so we'll find out very soon who takes run number 2. Going to that final hairpin. How will Imani do? Very clean on that exit. Very clean exit. Let's see how he handles the right-hander. A little bit of a kink. Ooh, no runoff usage. So let's see how he does for his best lap, or for his time attack lap. At 2:25.156. Interesting. It looked good, but I guess fatigue is setting in, and he's just falling behind his normal pace. So let's hop in with Edgar and see what he's up to. Edgar pulls in a 25.444, so officially Imani takes the run, and therefore the match. Well done, Imani. He's moved on to the semifinals, where his opponent will be will be Alex. So it'll be Alex versus Imani. Again, thank you folks for watching the stream. It's been a pleasure hosting everyone tonight. I do know I have a mic issue right now. It's echoing. I'm not sure what happened to my OBS, but thank you for hanging around with us. It's been an amazing display of driver skill tonight, with some very tight battles between Imani and Jerry, and Imani pretty much so far everyone's required some sort of time attack trial. This is Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Series Touge Battlegrounds for season number 2. We are about to start the semifinals between Alex and Imani. So I believe we're going to take a quick break. All the drivers it's getting pretty late at night, but the drivers need a nature break. So we will have a quick word about what Ontario Time Attack is. As some of you may know, OTA is an actual real-life track championship series where we go to tracks all across Ontario, from Shannonville, Toronto Motorsports Park, and Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. So here's a quick note about what Ontario Time Attack is all about.
Time affects our lives, shapes our future, and defines our world. Every hour, every minute, every second. But in Time Attack, it's hundredths of a second that matter. Separating first place from the pack, the winner from the could-have-beens. Originating on the racetracks of Japan, Time Attack has grown into one of the most important and exciting motorsports available today. The goal is to set the fastest lap time on the racecourse using any vehicle, balancing engine power and reliability with driver skill and courage.
When you're in the car, the G-forces are phenomenal. You've got to balance the car properly. You're always pushing for that extra tenth of a second.
Ontario's premier time attack series holds events across the province each summer. Morning practice followed by competition runs all afternoon. 3 grueling time sessions.
We are on track with other cars, but we're not actually racing that car. We're always racing the clock. We're out there all day, essentially to just bust off one really fast lap.
Each class has a technical spec, from stock street-legal cars to those with high-performance brakes and tires, all the way up to fully modified or prepped racing machines. With vehicle differences out of the equation, it's down to driver nerves and technique to seal the final outcome. Without distracting wheel-to-wheel competition, lap times are usually faster than the race divisions. But the biggest wow factor? When a racer lays down a lap time that not only beats competitors in his own class, but blows the doors off the classes above him.
A big part of it is the speeds you get up to. The back straight at Mosport, you're going over 200 kilometers an hour. When you get to that corner at the end, you know you got to take that corner to 140 kilometers an hour or you're going to be falling behind.
Every lap counts, every corner counts. Your laps have to be very consistent.
In time attack, you're always pushing, testing the car and yourself, like driving a never-ending qualifying lap. One mistake, and your time session's over in the blink of an eye. Time rules all of our lives, but on the track, it's your job to beat time. Are you up to it? Experience time attack. Breathe it. Live it.
All right, folks, we're back. We're just doing some warm-ups and just getting ready for this semifinals between Alex Lamb and Imani McLeod. Here we go. Alex Lamb is getting ready. Alrighty, here we go. Semi-finals, folks, for the Touge Battlegrounds between Alex Lamb leading Imani McLeod. We're about to have a 43-meter gap between Imani and Alex, and let's just hop into Imani and see how he handles this. In his J's Racing S2000 mile spec against Alex Lamb in the BMW M3 E30. And the winner of this match has to go up against Ujwal Verma, who's been sitting quiet all night. So, will the rust play a factor? Or will Ujwal just simply dominate like he did for most of this tournament? So, we'll see. So far, a very conservative race by both drivers. No one's making any mistakes. Alex is holding steady. He's also been sitting out for a lot of this race, so that's probably why he was out there for a warm-up during our commercial break there. Trying to get the mind warmed up again, because Imani's been having the most laps out of everyone tonight. So far, Alex has managed to put a decent gap between him and Imani, but it's not over yet because we're going into the technical section of this track, which will tighten up the traffic. So here we go, first hairpin. Imani keeps it clean. Second hairpin looks good. Alex is entering the final hairpin, the critical final hairpin. And oh no, Imani loses the back end. Oh, he had it right for most part, but the last 2 rounds he has not been able to nail that. So Alex looks like he's going to walk away from him, stretching that gap to over 90 meters. Yep, he's continuing to stretch that gap, and easily beats Imani in the last stretch with over 100 meters. Unfortunate for Imani. Now they swap positions and Imani goes into the lead. Again, folks, just joining us, this is the semifinals of tonight between Alex Lamb and Imani Makalalad. Alex takes the first one where he was the lead by over 100 meters, and Imani is now in the lead position to see if he can gap and leave Alex in his dust. Thank you for joining us. It's been a long night, folks, but been some crazy good racing there in this Touge Battleground format. Typically, we would have done a wheel-to-wheel race last season, but this season we decided to opt for a essentially a Touge battle where drivers go head-to-head. So Imani starts with a 33-meter gap on Alex, and Alex has to attempt to close that gap. Anything less than 33 meters at the end means Alex would have caught Imani. Anything more means Imani would have gapped Alex. So here we go. Going into a slight kink, and Alex is holding on into the double apex turn. Imani opts to go stay tight, as does Alex, but Alex has cut down that lead to almost nothing. And Alex has to be careful there because he doesn't want to bump Imani either, because that would be considered a racing incident where he would get penalized on. So a bit of strategy to play between chasing someone and either purposely gapping them or staying around their bumper to pressure them into making a mistake. Going into the S before the fastest section of the course. Here we go. Let's see if Imani can walk away from Alex just a little bit. In the lead position, he should, because technically the fast section comes to him faster than before the driver behind him. So Imani's making just ever so slight bit of a lead before traffic is compressed as they enter into the technical section of the track. Oh no! Imani's crashed out. Yep, Alex passes him officially. So Imani has lost the lead position, which means Alex is currently winning because he has officially closed the gap and passed him. So let's see what happens here. Oh, that was unfortunate. That was really unfortunate. There was some incidental contact by Alex hitting Imani, but Imani had already spun out, and there's no way Alex could have dodged him on such a narrow track. So I would reckon the race director would not call that as unsportsmanlike conduct. I have not been informed by the race director either, so I'm sure that was allowed let slide. Alex is definitely going to take the win, and yep, beats Imani by overtaking him in this matchup. So I believe that's in run number one. In this match number one, Alex sweeps Imani. So Imani has one more chance to go against Alex. Here we go. Imani's going to take the lead position again, and Alex is going to chase him one more time. Imani's going to pass the start with just about 37 meters of gap between two cars, and here we go. Alex is already starting to employing a similar strategy to already cut down that lead to force Imani to make a mistake like he did last time. Let's see if that strategy pays off again. Yep, he's right back into Imani's rearview mirror again. So let's see if cooler heads will prevail. Imani goes in to that tight left-hander. Alex seems to be falling right behind him
step for step. So nothing gained, nothing lost. Going into the first hairpin of the track, and both drivers accomplished that corner without any issues. Coming out looking really good, but very tight. Imani is currently in trouble as he needs to gap Alex, but there's still lots of track left as they've just finished the S's into the fastest sector of the course. You should see naturally a bit of a gap form between Imani and Alex, but not much as we can currently see, so that means Alex is keeping up with him very well. Really trying to pressure Imani into making a mistake. So far, they're going. This has been a superb match, going to the final hairpin. And let's see what he can force Imani to do. Ooh, Imani may have bitten off more of that apex than he should have, so that slowed him down, but also slowed down Alex. So not necessarily a problem per se, but Alex is counting on Imani really to keep flowing so he can keep his momentum up. Going the last critical hairpin. Imani's been having trouble all night with him sliding out. Oh no, it's slight incidental contact. Ooh. So again, Alex is going to let Imani go because he did push Imani out of control. But we're going to have to see if the race director calls any penalties now. I doubt it because Alex didn't opt for a pass, and unfortunately, on that technicality, Imani takes this round. So, both drivers opt to go around the rest of the track to keep their tires hot, I think. And this time around, Alex will go take the lead on Imani. Oh wait, no. The race director is calling that last one a rerun. A rerun, folks. We're going to have a rerun. So, Imani will still lead. Wait, hang on. I'm just getting an update from race director. The race director is advising me that... Oh, no, Imani is getting the gap. Imani is getting the gap, so there's no rerun. My apologies, folks. Race control was still reviewing that. So right now, Alex is going to be in the lead position at a 46-meter lead. So there was no rerun. The race directors deemed that the contact by Alex on Imani didn't cause a change in the resolution of the race. So Imani still takes the win on that one, and now Alex has to try to gap Imani. So far, some clean driving by Alex. Not surprised there. That was his trademark throughout the entire round robin and also the playoffs from last night. So here comes Imani trying to chase down Alex, but Alex is really putting that gap down much quicker than Imani could on Alex earlier. So tough one to call earlier because it looked like Alex had Imani, but that incidental contact, that's the gamble you play when you chase someone that tight. You leave no room for error, and when Imani slid out, Alex bumped him. So going into that left-hander before the final three hairpins, Alex runs a very clean exit, as does Imani. Going into the left-hander, into the second hairpin. Alex looks superbly clean, as does Imani has a little bit of a wiggle moment. And final hairpin, where Imani went sideways. Does he? No, he does not, but Alex did. will Alex still be able to walk away? That's the question. The gap was 44 meters to start. Well, is Alex able to gap that? Yes, he does. He is, and he's pulling away. And the final gap looks like it's over 70 meters. So Alex takes that one. So now we're going to a time attack run to settle this. Alright, Alex is heading out for his time attack run. Here we go, folks. If Alex takes this time attack run, then he will officially beat Ramani for this match and move on to the finals against Ujwal Verma, the king of the upper brackets, who almost swept his way through the upper bracket of playoffs last night. So the question is, has Ujwal been sitting for too long and is rusty? So that's really the question. And whereas either Amani or Alex has had a lot of lap time essentially and know the track, but we'll find out soon enough. We haven't finished this race yet, so we don't know who's going to go up against Ujwal. Here we go, folks. Both drivers now on track to do their time attack runs. Let's put up the lap times and see what each driver's done. So the best for Alex Lam tonight, keep in mind that best is for tonight, is a 2:23.793. So it'll be interesting to see what he can put down. Going through our technical section right before the last 3 hairpins. Looking very, very clean there, Alex. Just a little bit of two-wheel bicycling there. But otherwise, very, very good action there. Going to that second last hairpin. Coming up, getting set up for this very critical final hairpin, which will really gauge how much speed you can carry through the rest of this. Looking very, very smooth. Excellent work. And this little right kink will sneak up on you if you don't respect it. And he uses a little bit of that runoff and stays glued to the left side. We'll see what he does for a final lap time. Comes through at a 23.674, so better than what he's done all night. And I know Imani, let's see what Imani's been doing then. .23.674, that's what Imani has to beat. So he needs to shave off another 0.2 seconds really to beat Alex. Can he do it? Final hairpin. Ooh, pretty decent exit coming out of it. Far better than his last 2 races. Using a little bit, almost all that runoff for that final turn, and let's see what he can pull off. Oh, it looks like he's backing off. He's at 2:28, so he has officially lost the time attack playoff to Alex, and therefore Alex takes the match. Officially, Alex moves on to face Ujwal Verma. Congratulations, Alex, and Imani's doing a burnout just for the heck of it. Well done, Imani. You've had a crazy run as well. And now, the final showdown. Ujwal Verma versus Alex Lam. Our race director is currently just having a word with both drivers to make sure they're both ready for this final showdown. Now, keep in mind, we do have prizes from our sponsors. HIP Motorsports will be giving away 2 hours of professional sim time
to the winner of this battle, and NV Auto has been super supportive and given us we'll be giving the winner a evening lapping pass for Toronto Motorsports Park, as well as the runner-up as well. So whoever's in this round is guaranteed to get at least some prizes. So while both drivers are taking a quick break, we will have a word from one of our sponsors.
All of those miles, all of those hours, the late nights, the planning, the preparation, they all come down to this. That one perfect lap. Build the car, you win the race.
For Mr. Alex Lee, Super Impreza
NV Auto, building champions since 2010.
Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season Number 2 Touge Battlegrounds is proudly presented to you by HIP Motorsports. It's how I play. Check them out on both Facebook and Instagram at facebook.com/HIPMotorsports. HIP uniquely connects sim racing and real-life motorsports using full motion simulators, esports, driver training, mobile events, and more. HIP, it's how I play. OTA E-Racing Season Number 2 Touge Battlegrounds is proudly hosted by DriverMod.ca. With plenty of articles regarding builds, car tech, and chronicles of his motorsports hobby, main author and time attacker Philip Oliveira will take you on a fun ride. New day added this month is articles on the 2020 Ontario Time Attack season, as well as breaking certain stuff. Follow him on DriverMod.ca. Welcome back, folks. We're just watching Ujwal do some practice laps, as he hasn't had a chance to really do any driving tonight. So we're just going to watch him do some practice laps as he gets reset to go for the finals. Him against Alex Lyon. Ujwal Verma almost swept his way through the yesterday's playoffs, so he's been a dominant force with with this tournament essentially, and it's been real interesting to watch how he takes this with him now against Alex. So here we go, folks. So I believe it looks like Ujwal has opted to take the lead position for the first match. And it's E30 against E30. Here we go. Ujwal did deploy some sort of start gap at 45 meters. So it looked like he was kind of deploying some sort of distance to try to keep his opponents at bay, but I'm not sure if that was intentional. We haven't had a chance to really talk to him, but here we go. Going on first tight left-hander. Ooh, Ujwal is doing a good job of keeping Alex at bay. Remember, Alex has had a previous match before this, so he's had time to have a little bit more practice than Ujwal has. Ujwal's just had a couple of, I think maybe even just one lap, but his familiarity is kicking into play here with this track. When I say familiarity, I meant like he's put in a lot of practice laps when the server was open for practicing by all drivers once the tournament was announced. In fact, I believe he won the fastest lap time on this track. So no surprise, he's really putting the gap on Alex right now. But like I said before, the race ain't over, because it's one mistake can easily cost Ujwal the lead right now. So they're also approaching a natural section where the traffic compresses, and we'll see how he handles that. On board here with Ujwal. Ooh, I think something happened to Alex, because the gap now has gone to over 200 meters. So I think Alex had an incident. Unfortunately, we missed it. Ujwal continues his dominance, and yep, he's easily putting on over 200 meters. So something happened to Alex that we missed. Ujwal easily takes that by over 200 meters at that point. So congratulations to Ujwal on drawing first blood. He easily takes that first one. And now Alex comes in to take the lead position. Alright, both drivers are just getting ready to cross the start-finish line. Here we go. Alex is about to cross it at the 52-meter mark, looks like. So both drivers are driving essentially the same car, so with a different paint job. So this is really going to boil down to driver-on-driver skill. Neither platform really has an advantage per se. So Alex is putting a slight gap where he can, and Ujwal opts to take a late apex in that corner and comes out of it, closing that gap on Alex. Remember, the gap started at 46, so Ujwal's goal is to either pass him or shrink it down to less than 46 when they cross the finish line. So he's staying glued on Alex.
So far, a very tight race between these two, with Ujwal holding a slight edge. When I say slight, I'm talking about less than 4 meters. Ooh, Alex gets a little twitchy there on the front end, on exit, but still holds a slight lead. Oh, not anymore, as we go into the compression part of the track where it starts to slow down. Alex is still holding on for dear life there as Ujwal has caught up to him. Let's see what Alex can do in that final hairpin. This is oh so critical here. Ooh, he goes wide. He goes wide, and Ujwal is, while Alex is slightly pulling ahead, remember the gap has to be greater than 46. So let's see if it just goes down to the right to the finish. The 33, 34, 30. Nope. Ujwal has officially caught Alex, so he takes both battles and has officially caught Alex in that one. Wait, hang on a second, folks. I'm just confirming that with race control, making sure that I did make the right call. I believe Ujwal caught Alex, but I'm just confirming that call, folks. Again, I'm watching the data as, like you are on live stream. I'm just confirming the actual official call from the race director. I believe the call is that yeah, Ujwal did catch Alex, but I'm just confirming that, folks. Hold on a second. As they get ready for round 2, Alex is now taking lead position against Ujwal. About 28 meters, I saw. So this time around, Ujwal's opted to stay closer to Alex. Okay, the official call is that Ujwal did close the gap on Alex, so I did have my call right. And now we're starting this one with about 20-something, 26, 27 meters of gap between Alex and Ujwal. Here we go, coming out of that slow section there, big burst of speed into the first hairpin. And Alex is having a hard time shaking off Ujwal. Coming out of the S's into the fast sector of the track. Let's see if Alex can build ever so slight of a lead. Nope. Ujwal is hanging there with them, and in fact actually clawing back some of that lead, so this is going to be interesting. Ooh, Ujwal may have just made his first mistake there, catching a little bit of that side cliff there, but he has recovered brilliantly and is now right back on Alex, forcing Alex to run essentially the perfect race. Going the first hairpin. Both drivers go through it cleanly. Alright, going down the last hairpin, what's Alex going to do? Very clean exit by both drivers. Still a clean exit, but this might go right down to a photo finish. Remember, we said it was 26 meters. Ooh, 23 point something meters. I'm going to have to check a race control. I don't want to call it just yet, folks. I do not want to call that one. That was way too close. So the both drivers still have to go around anyways, and confirm while we confirm. But Ujwal will have to lead Alex, and so far Ujwal is still sweeping. If I call that correctly, Ujwal did close the gap by less than less than 3 meters, I believe. So our race director is confirming that, and while they start off the next race. So, here we go. Ujwal in the lead. The official call is that Ujwal did catch. Here we go. Starting at 8 meters, 9 meters, 8 to 9. Let's go. Alex is really trying to stay on Ujwal to pressure Ujwal into making a mistake. But Ujwal's already starting to pull ahead into the slight kink. The official call is that they started off with 8.7 meters of gap. So here we go. Some really good driving by both drivers here. Coming out of that hairpin into some long S's here, and just getting ready to exit and start the fastest section of this course. If Ujwal wins this one, he takes it all and goes home the champion of the Touge Battlegrounds. But let's see if Alex Lamb has anything to say about that one. Ujwal builds a slight lead. As the traffic compresses into the technicals. And Alex goes a little sideways there. Still technically hasn't caught it. Remember, the gap started off at 8.7 meters. So it's officially not a catch yet. Ooh, getting close. Getting close. Yeah. I would not be surprised if this boils down to literally the last corner. Going that hairpin. Ooh, that might be it for Alex. Yep, Ujwal is walking away with it. And officially crosses with 48 meters. Officially sweeping the finals. Wow, fantastic driving by Ujwal. Fantastic driving by Ujwal to really take that win. I'll just confirm that before we prematurely celebrate here, but I believe Ujwal is the official champion. Unofficially currently. Yep, I believe that's Ujwal's celebration. He is officially our champion. So, well done, Ujwal. Well done indeed. There's the celebration wins. But that was fantastic, folks. I really hope you got to enjoy your time there. I'm just gonna see if it's a little late or if everyone just wants to go to bed, but it's some really good driving there. But let me see if I can jump onto the Discord and talk to the drivers. Nope, it looks like everyone is about ready to go to bed. It's currently 11:45 p.m. Eastern, so thank you everyone for joining us for the Ontario Time Attack E-Racing Season Number 2, Touge Battlegrounds. We are going to conclude that with essentially